Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Welcome to Politico's Security Summit. Please welcome Politico Media Group's CEO, Goli Sheikhuslami.
Good morning, everyone. Let me lower this a little. I'm so delighted to be with you this morning at Politico's 2025 Security Summit, and thank you so much for joining us today. There is no doubt that this year's summit is taking place at a moment of seismic change. The recent wave of US and European elections has brought new leaders to power, and with them, new defense and security priorities. These leaders are also confronting new threats, from the front lines of Russia's continued war in Ukraine to the battle with China for influence in the Indo-Pacific. I feel very fortunate because Politico is in the best position to not only tell this story of great disruption, but to continuously advance it. In short, our journalism provides leaders and decision makers, like all of you here today, with actionable intelligence focused not on what happened, but what's coming and why it matters. In recent weeks, our reporters covering the White House and Pentagon have gotten scoop after scoop on leadership and budget changes that will fundamentally reshape the national security apparatus. And for our Politico Pro subscribers, our teams covering defense and cybersecurity are delivering headlines that are indispensable for anyone trying to create or shape policy in this uncertain climate. As you will see today, we've also been driving these stories forward on stage through the impact of our live journalism. Politico Live events, such as today's summit, represent the physical manifestation of our mission, convening the most influential stakeholders for urgent, news-driven conversations that add depth and context to the discussions that genuinely matter. In February, we created the Politico Pub in the secure zone of the Munich Security Conference, hosting decision makers from both sides of the Atlantic for on-stage interviews about the future of NATO and transatlantic efforts to end the war in Ukraine. And just last week, we continued our MSC partnership throughout the Munich Leaders meeting here in Washington. And I know some of you participate in our Securing Europe event, where we were joined by House Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, NATO Policy Planning Director Benedetta Berti, and many others. Over the next several hours, you will hear from Sebastian Gorka on the Trump administration's counterterrorism strategy, and Space Force General B. Chance Salzman on the security in the final frontier, as well as the outlook from Capitol Hill on defense spending, intelligence, and emerging technology from nearly a dozen congressional leaders. And while we dive into the biggest issues affecting our world, we'll also spend some time looking at the stars, America is sitting at the dawn of a new space age, a transformative moment as politicians, militaries, and companies strive to harness the new space economy, race each other to the moon and Mars, and establish security dominance in orbit. To meet this moment, we're bringing back Politico Space, a weekly astropolitics newsletter that will decode the people, policy fights, and political battles in the US, Europe, and beyond, way beyond. And you'll hear more about that a bit later. And before we start the program, I'd like to thank RTX and McKinsey for their partnership today. And now, please help me welcome Politico defense reporter Joe Gould in conversation with Nebraska Senator and member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Deb Fischer.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us at Politico's 2025 Security Summit and for the very exciting programming we have ahead. I'm very excited to be joined here by Senator Deb Fischer, who I know well from the hallways of the Capitol. She is the second most senior Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, the chair of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, which oversees nuclear weapons. And we have a lot to discuss, including the future of American defense spending, the recent skinny budget. I do want to start first with the news this week of President Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. News of the day question, the president plans to or would like to accept the gift of a $400 million jet from the Qataris to serve as Air Force One. There's been some pushback from Democrats and some Republicans, and I wanted to ask you from as somebody who understands defense acquisition programs and is very steeped in it, whether this is a good deal for taxpayers or whether there's some better advice that the president could get.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I appreciate being here. Thank you, all of you who are here today for this important discussion. I think the president is looking at taking this plane. I'm looking at this gift from more of a policy and a budget viewpoint. As we all know, the plane would have to be completely redone inside so it could meet the needs of a president of the United States, so it would have to be gutted out. So I want to look at the cost of that and how that compares to just getting a new plane, but also the idea that it would be carried over then after President Trump's presidency for his library. How does that affect the taxpayer? Because obviously the next president is going to need a plane, an Air Force One, that has to be completely fitted out to meet the needs of a commander-in-chief.
Right. It's not necessarily a great deal for the taxpayer if they've paid for a jet that's going to sit in the presidential library versus having been getting to be used by a future president, especially if you think about the jets that are being used today, right? We've gotten several decades, presidents have gotten several decades out of the jets used today.
Yeah, we need to run the numbers so we know if this is a good decision for taxpayers.
Right. Can I ask you about the skinny budget? There was a promise of $1 trillion for the defense budget. It's something that Pete Hegseth and the president talked about. But when the budget was proposed, there was $892.6 billion in discretionary defense spending, and then the gap was made up by reconciliation funding, which I think some Republicans feel is not the way that they had wanted to go. I think they wanted to see $1 trillion in the base budget, and I want to know what you think about it.
You know, on the Senate Armed Services Committee for the last 3 years of the previous administration, President Biden sent us a budget, and in a bipartisan way in the Senate, we've, for the most part, strong majority of the committee agreed that it was not enough. And so we added more to that Biden budget that was sent in order that we can continue to have a sustainable growth in a defense budget that can truly meet the threats that this country faces. I am not happy with the way OMB is trying to turn this. President Trump has said he wants peace through strength. In order to have peace through strength, we have to continue to have a defense budget that meets the needs of our military members, and to meet those growing threats that we see in this world. I think OMB was trying to do some smoke and mirrors. I know the secretary, when he early on said it was $1 trillion budget, I contacted him and told him, you know, I'm with you on that. But reconciliation is not the extra little boost that they're trying to do here to boost that up to $1 trillion. So there are a number of us that would like to see a much more robust budget.
Can you forecast a little bit? What do you think we're going to see when Senate Armed Services Committee is considering its own top line? How much of a plus up might we get, and why?
You know, I said in the past 3 years we've done that. $25 billion is what we were looking at before. We just continue to see growing needs. In my subcommittee, we have jurisdiction, as you said, over our triad, over our deterrence. And we have big projects right now going on for that modernization. Sentinel is the largest public works project this country has seen since the interstate highway system. We have bombers that we need to get out. We have to look and make sure our next class of submarines are going to continue on schedule. And we're making changes to some of our weapons as well. So not just platforms, but the weapons. And then when you look at, again, the threats we have, you look into space and the opportunities, I don't consider everything a challenge. I consider things, opportunities that we have where we can make great strides in space. Well, in order to do that, we need to continue to have a budget that's going to grow. You know, we need more ships, more subs, more aircraft, more munitions. It's just, on and on and on. And I think the American public are realizing that. I've pushed, as you know, I always want to see as much material as possible be declassified. You know, we're in classified briefings all day, every day practically at this time of year. And I think if the American people have a better understanding of the threats to our national security that this country faces, we will see a growth in support for our military men and women, but also to provide them with the resources that they need to defend this country and complete their missions.
I want to get to a topic that you've been active on that I think folks might not know about, but I think that they really should, and that's spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum. It sounds like heady stuff for this early in the morning, but I think what folks might not know about it is that it intersects with a couple of other major topics on the Hill right now, including reconciliation. There's a sticking point among Republicans on electromagnetic spectrum as it relates to the reconciliation bill. And it's also, there's some tension between whether to use it for the military or for commercial purposes. And I wanted to ask you, maybe we can tell me if I do okay explaining this, but basically spectrum is the radio waves that are used by military communications, missile defense systems, radar systems, and what's controversial about it is that there are House Republicans want to authorize some of that spectrum to be auctioned off in order to pay for this reconciliation mega bill, which has tax cuts and a number of other domestic priorities. But can you tell me why you disagree with that?
You did a pretty good job on that.
Okay, thanks.
And now I'm going to go off on my rant on spectrum. Spectrum is something I've been focused on for a number of years, along with my good friend and colleague, Senator Mike Rounds from South Dakota. And spectrum is a finite resource that the government has. It's those electromagnetic bands. Each band is a little different and accommodates different assets, and it's extremely important for the Department of Defense to maintain their ownership and access of the lower 3, but also parts of 7 and 8. In classified briefings, but also in open hearings, if you're a fan of C-SPAN and watching all of this, or if you read Joe's materials that he puts out, we are hearing more and more often in a public setting from our combatant commanders. Stratfor Subcommittee, we have jurisdiction over STRATCOM and also Space Command. So you'll have General Whiting and you'll have General Cotton, you will have missile defense with General Collins. All will come out and stress the importance that those bands have for our national security because of the assets that are there. You cannot defend against what you cannot see. You have to be able to see it and identify it and kill it in missile defense to protect this country.
Can I just jump in, because I want to ask you two things, and I see we're running out of time. One is, there are a number of other provisions in different areas that are sticking points for Senate Republicans. But do you think that the House bill, as written right now, is this a deal breaker for you on that bill?
I think it needed to go much further. Much further. I personally cannot accept it as it came out of the E&C committee. I'm also on the Commerce Committee, and that committee is looking at spectrum as well in having a pipeline established and also a spectrum auction. In the E&C bill, it put the pipeline in and somewhat defined it for the lower 3, but there's no definition for auction authority for the FCC. So they could go outside of that since they have the authority and be able to auction other bands, whether it's the lower 3 or 7 or 8. I believe in the Senate we must be able to have complete definitions on what bands DOD needs. And this is, again, for a number of radars, a number of sensors, and a number of assets I can't tell you about how important that is. When it comes to the idea that this is going to be the silver bullet for reconciliation, I disagree with that as well. We're looking at CBO coming out and saying, well, it will be $88 billion in revenue over 10 years. But yet that does not take into consideration, CBO did not look at what it would cost the Department of Defense to move assets, for example, for missile defense that the Navy has, which would cost approximately $250 billion. This is, I think, short-sighted, and the more senators are learning about it, and I think the House as well, will come to realize that this has to be defined very definitely in any reconciliation bill.
Can I ask you, so an argument that you've been making or that you've solicited from some combatant commanders is that Golden Dome, the missile defense shield, this massive missile defense shield, cannot happen without the military's access to spectrum. Is that an argument that's gaining traction with House Republicans, professed allies of the president, or within the White House at all? Is that?
We've been working closely with the White House, and they have been very supportive, working closely with the Department of Defense. And every time a military commander is asked about Golden Dome and spectrum, the need for spectrum, they will bluntly say, as NORTHCOM combatant commander, NORAD commander, General Geo said just this week, it will not happen if the department loses access to the spectrum they have.
I'm just going to ask you one more on Golden Dome. When you asked General Geo about the concept, he said, I don't know what Golden Dome will look like. There's $25 billion in the next budget that's supposed to go to Golden Dome. Do we know enough about what this is? There's been some criticism from Democratic appropriators that this is more of a concept than an actual plan at this point.
In the last NDAA, there were a number of things that I pushed for that came out of the Strategic Posture Review, 81 recommendations from that commission that was formed. And one of those dealt with giving the department the authority to plan for, it wasn't Golden Dome at the time because this was a year ago, but to plan and look into having this system there. And that's where we are right now. The general, when he said that, I think was recognizing the technology that will be involved in forming the radars and the sensors and the ability to have that interconnectedness as well. But it is a concept. It is moving forward with the administration, and obviously it was something that I pushed to get in the NDA last year because I think it's extremely important for the missile defense that we need for our country to keep our homeland safe.
This has been very fascinating, and if it were up to me, this would keep going, but I think we're out of time. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. I look forward to continuing this conversation in the hallways.
He's a stalker in the halls.
It's mostly true. We're going to have a quick stage change, and then House Armed Services Vice Chair Rob Whitman and Ranking Member Adam Smith are going to join Politico Bureau Chief Jonathan Martin to dive deeper into their defense spending priorities. Stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, very much.
Right here? Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. Thanks to the two congressmen for being here and joining us today. Grateful for you all for being here. I want to start with the news of the week, the news of the day, if you will, on a couple of fronts. First, Speaker Johnson yesterday said, the reason many people refer to the Bidens as the Biden crime family is because they were doing stuff behind the curtains. Whatever President Trump is doing is out in the open. They're not trying to conceal anything. I wanted to ask your views on that statement, whether it's about taking a new Air Force One from the Qataris, the president's family doing extensive deals in the Middle East for their own private business. Is that the standard, do you think, that should be applied that as long as it's out in the open, that it's okay? We'll start with you, Congressman.
Well, listen, I have some concerns about an aircraft coming to the United States from the Qataris, both from a security aspect. Obviously, Air Force One has a very specific function, has things that it has to have on board. All the questions, too, of accepting gifts from foreign governments, all those ethical questions. I think all those are very, very pertinent questions that need to be answered. Those are things I think we all have to attain the highest standard, regardless of where you are, executive branch or the legislative branch. So I do think those are questions that have to be entertained and things that we as members of Congress have to address.
You think it's in the best interest of the country for President Trump to rethink that and just wait for the new Air Force One to come from Boeing?
Listen, I think there are a lot of questions. Listen, I understand his frustration with the delays in delivering an aircraft from Boeing. We're all frustrated by that. We've watched that unfold. I do, though, think that you have to look at both. What can we do to accelerate? What can you do to push Boeing? And remember, there are certain requirements on that aircraft. I think we can debate what the requirements are. But there's also issues, too, with accepting an aircraft from the Qataris. So I think that Congress needs to play a role in that. And that question is a pertinent question. The ethical questions, the technical questions of making sure that it protects folks. Yeah.
You'd prefer them to wait for the American plane, bottom line?
Listen, I think probably in the end, I mean, you can look at both, but in the end, I think that they're well underway with the Boeing aircraft. Let's push the envelope to get those delivered.
Yeah. Congressman?
This goes way beyond an airplane. The president's got his, cryptocurrency meme coin, which he's auctioning off. And no, I do not accept the premise that somehow if you show up with a gun in broad daylight and rob a bank, that's okay, but embezzling isn't.
The security camera was on, so it's okay.
Right. I mean, that's just an absolutely absurd claim. And let's also not move past the fact that the Joe Biden stuff was so well hidden that the Republicans could never come up with any proof of it actually having happened. So there's a little bit of a flaw in the theory there as well. Look,
we're going to get you the Jim Comer book to make sure that you're up to date on all that, Congressman.
This is the most corrupt administration ever. I mean, just openly taking money from wherever they can get it for personal use. And you left out the best part about the airplane, and that is that Trump gets to personally keep it when he's done with it, which is a part that ought to be X'd out of the whole conversation right from the start. I mean, this is really, really bad in terms of the integrity of the United States government.
Let's move to, and we haven't talked about the possibility of widening the Palm Beach Airport tarmac so that it can fit that plane down the road.
That'll be in reconciliation.
Yeah, he's right. FY26, right? So, it's coming up. Let's talk about staying on the news of the day. What's happening in Turkey right now? Vladimir Putin himself was the proponent of having peace talks in Turkey. President Zelensky then said, "Well, I'll meet you there," and basically called Putin's bluff. Putin apparently is not going to show up in Turkey.
Shocking.
Shocking. Now, President Trump has said that he'd be willing himself to go to Turkey, but kind of absolved Putin for not wanting to go if Trump himself was not going to be there.
Look, that's been the problem from the start in all of this. I mean, Trump put all the pressure on Zelensky and took all the pressure off of Putin. The signals that were sent in the first couple of months of this administration told Putin that if he just waits long enough, Trump and Vance will abandon Ukraine.
Right.
That was a complete mistake. He gave Putin a massive green light to keep fighting in Ukraine. And now Putin is like halfway through the intersection, and Trump's going, yeah, maybe we don't want that. So he's got to put the pressure on Putin and stop giving him all of these opportunities and all of these openings. Yes, we need a peace deal, the peace talks in Turkey, that's great, but Putin right now is simply playing with Zelensky, playing with Ukraine, and playing with President Trump. We have to show Putin, Trump has to show Putin, he's going to stand up against him, and that will force them to negotiate.
Is it time for a new sanctions regime against the Russians to make clear that we know Putin is slow walking us?
Yes. Listen, Putin has shown, first of all, that he's not trustworthy. Second of all, that he's not serious about this. He's slow rolling this. He's, doing the bait and switch sort of thing. I think you have to be serious about this. There has to be consequences for him not being serious about negotiating to a peace. Listen, we all want peace, but we understand, too, that there has to be certain conditions, I think preconditions, to come in and even have that discussion. It's clear to me that Putin is not in any way, shape, or form serious. Right. There has to be some backstop of consequences to not do it.
So what is that?
Listen, I think on the economic side, a lot of discussion about what would that look like.
Yes.
some folks have said, well, we need to take them out of the SWIFT system. Some say, no, you can't do that because of a variety of different reasons. I think there are things the United States can do to put the economic pressure on there. And then it's not just the United States doing that, but it's also the United States going forward with that and then making sure that others follow suit. Because what's happened in the past is the United States will do it and others don't follow suit. And then the magnitude of the sanctions get weakened because there are people that bypass it.
It's also about our support for Ukraine, though. Yes, you got to put pressure on Putin, but it's also making it clear that we stand with the 53-nation alliance that is defending Ukraine, and we are going to continue to train and equip them so that they are in a position to defend themselves. Putin's vision of a completely disarmed and vulnerable Ukraine as the end of this, we have to make it clear we will not allow that to happen.
From both of you, if there's no progress in Turkey toward getting any kind of a ceasefire, let alone a broader peace deal, should the Congress send a new suite of sanctions to President Trump's desk?
Listen, I think Congress should look at all the different options that are there on the table.
Senator Graham has a bill, I know.
Yeah, listen, I think it would be great for Congress to say, hey, these are the things the president needs to pursue as the next step, clearly because Putin hasn't come to the table in a serious way.
Okay. Let's talk about the other possibility of deal making that is obviously on the front burner right now, and that's Iran. Mm-hmm. Clearly, President Trump and his top advisor on every hotspot in the world, Steve Witkoff, want to get to some kind of an agreement on Iran. But a lot of folks in your party, Congressman, especially the more traditional hawks, are uneasy about an Iran deal because they're concerned that any kind of a deal could allow the Iranians to keep enriching uranium. Tell me what your red line is on any Iran deal.
Well, listen, I'm concerned right now with where Iran is with the amount of fissile material that they have and how close they are to be able to produce weapons. So I think any sort of agreement needs to be able to take away that ability. I don't think you can say, hey, it's okay to be where you are and we'll just take steps going forward. And then that has to be verifiable. What we've seen in the past is the Iranians have denied access to a lot of these sites. They've hardened these sites, which tells me they want to keep us from being able to see those sites or the international community from seeing those sites. So, I think you have to put a lot of pressure on the Iranians to be able to do the right thing, to actually take away what is now continuing to be a building capability there. And by the way, I think it's a great time to do that because I think internally in Iran, there's lots of pressures on Iran. They are at the weakest point right now historically than I think they've been in the last several decades with what's happened to Syria and others. I think what's happening in the Middle East too puts additional pressures on them. So I think now's the time to go in and say these are things you need to do. And if not, there are consequences to not doing those things.
Are you comfortable with what Witkoff and Trump are talking about right now?
I am. I think negotiating with Iran makes a ton of sense. They are at a weak point. We're in a position potentially to get a good agreement and avoid a conflict with Iran. I mean, look, we all know Israel is itching to attack Iran and just cut off their nuclear program, which could re-inflame the entire Middle East. So if there's the ability to talk that down. Now, there's all kinds of different pieces to it. The Syria thing. I'll say something positive about President Trump just for the moment.
Folks, you getting that?
Yeah.
Adam Smith is about to endorse President. No, I'm sorry.
It is good. It is good that they pulled the sanctions off of Syria to give Syria a chance to be stable, to make sure that Iran doesn't find its way back in there. Now, one big flaw in all this is getting Israel to calm down just a little bit. They're bombing and occupying territory in Lebanon, in Syria, what they're doing in the West Bank. The fact that we can't get to a ceasefire in Gaza is placing the whole thing at risk at the moment. So we have to figure out some way to calm that down. But yes, we need to be talking. We need to be negotiating.
We're sitting here. It's May. We're approaching the summer. If we were to reconvene on this stage, let's say Labor Day, you think it'd be more likely that we'd have some kind of an agreement with Russia, Ukraine, or with the Iranians? Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Good question.
Or neither?
Yeah. I would say neither at the moment.
Yeah, Congressman.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to be the optimist here and say that I do think that there's a better than 50-50 chance that we're able to get agreements there.
With both?
Yeah, with both. Yep, I think so. Listen, I'm probably a little more skeptical on the Russia-Ukraine side, much more optimistic about Middle East. I like what's going on there to stabilize things. Listen, I think we're going to get an indicator pretty quick here in the next week or so whether, Putin's really serious about this. And at some point you have to say, we've given Russia and Putin every opportunity to show they're serious, and now we're just going to say you're not serious at all. Now we're going to be taking the next steps. And it has to be with serious economic sanctions that have an impact on Russia and are enforced. What happens a lot of times is you do these things and then all the side steps actually continue to enable Russia.
Congressman Smith mentioned the Syria issue, and I wanted to ask you, Congressman Whitman, there was the picture of Trump shaking hands with the new Syrian president, who obviously has got some ties to folks who are not friends of America. Were you comfortable with the president shaking hands and appearing friendly with a figure like that who has ties to Al-Qaeda?
Well, listen, there's obviously some controversy tied with the new Syrian leader. I want to make sure that the Syrian leader demonstrates goodwill and that he's trustworthy in the things that are going forward. I don't have a problem with you giving that opportunity there and making that gesture. This is more of a gesture to say, hey, listen, we're going to give you the opportunity to show that you're serious about stabilizing Syria, that you're not going to be a haven for terrorist groups, that you're actually going to be a stable and thoughtful government. So I don't have a problem with giving that opportunity. Now, it's up to the Syrians now to show that they're serious about that.
Let's take a step back for a minute, because the president's speech the other day was significant, I think, and some of what he said was clearly aimed at remaking his party and sort of reshaping his party away from the George W. Bush era. He said the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built. The people of this region should chart your own destinies in your own way. We're not going to give you, quote, any more lectures on how to live. Now, obviously, he's making clear that he believes that the George W. Bush presidency of foreign policy was in hindsight, a failure, and the project of trying to remake democracies in the Middle East should not be our business. But I want to ask both of you, are we forfeiting America's role as a moral leader in the world by simply saying, have at it, folks. Do what you want to do over here. You want to have a bone saw and go and kill one of your dissidents?
Those are
a ball.
There's two separate questions to that. I mean, one is, how involved should we be militarily in different parts of the world to try to move them in the direction that we want to move them?
He's conflating both things.
Yeah, and I think without question, we need to be a little bit more circumspect about what we can accomplish in that regard. Now, it did strike me when he was saying, Saudi Arabia, you're doing great on your own.
Yeah.
Where would Saudi Arabia be if we hadn't shown up in 1991 and stopped Saddam Hussein from taking it over? So it's a balance, but there is no doubt that in Iraq and Afghanistan, we got overly ambitious and made mistakes. But the second and the key question, this really struck me actually when Chris Vance, I knew I was going to do that. He's the guy who ran against me like years ago. J.D. Vance.
Whatever happened to that guy anyway?
Yeah, I know. Not much.
What was your margin against him? 17?
Not important. J.D. Vance, vice president.
He still knows.
Went to Munich and finally said,
yes,
well, maybe democracy isn't such a bad thing. Okay? After sending all of these signals, we're going to invade Greenland, we're going to invade Panama, we're going to take over Canada, we don't care what you do in the world. Vice President goes to Munich the first time and lectures Europe about free speech while giving a massive pass to Putin. So the fact that we have a president in the United States and a vice president who don't seem to think that democracy, freedom, human rights matter at all is definitely the wrong signal to send to the world. There's a balance here. We can't enforce it at the barrel of a gun, as they say.
Right.
But it would be nice if the leadership of this country said it matters at least a little bit whether or not you respect economic, political freedom, and human rights.
Should America still be trying to project moral leadership in the world, putting aside the question of military intervention?
Listen, I think an important thing to take away from what you saw the president do is that, he went to the mantra President Ronald Reagan that we know worked, peace through strength. And what he is, I think, projecting is to say, listen, the United States has a role in the world. It has a role as a deterrent force. It has a role to deter the likes of countries like China in their malign influence around the world. It has an obligation to stand up against things that we don't believe in. But as Adam said, it's not through direct conflict. It's through doing things that deter folks, whether it's economically or strategically. Listen, we have a role that we can play there. The challenge is for our nation is to be able to make sure we have the wherewithal to have a credible deterrent effect. And that's both economically and strategically. So that's some things that we have to work on that as Congress in doing things like modernizing our military. Adam and I have talked about in in violent agreement on this, that, we have to change our military. We have to change how we acquire things. We have to modernize. We cannot continue to pursue status quo. Status quo will put us in a bad place a decade or two from now. We have to change, and we have to change at the speed of relevance. And this means something today. This is timely. We have to get this done. And to Adam and Chairman Rogers' credit, this year's NDAA is going to be groundbreaking with that.
So I want to come to that. But first, how do you square that circle of J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio telling our NATO ally Germany how to operate vis-a-vis the AFD in their country, and then Trump himself saying to Saudi Arabia, no more lectures on how to live? Doesn't seem exactly consistent.
Yeah. It's not. I think it's the short answer.
Yes. Listen, they obviously they both have different ideas about things. They're expressing those ideas. That's part of what happens in every administration. So I don't get too deep in the weeds about every word that they say. Sure. What I look at is, what are we doing as a nation collectively, executive and legislative branch, to really have an impact on where this nation needs to be, not just now, but in the next decade.
And I think it's really important. I mean, this is the step that we're taking. We're in the post-Cold War world. We are not going to be able to control world events as much as we have in the past. But that doesn't mean that we just pull back and say anything goes. We have to figure out how to be more smartly engaged and involved. And that comes down to also, what is our defense budget? What is our federal budget? All those different pieces. But I am worried that the signal that this administration is sending is very much radically in the other direction and will create more conflict. If you tell the dictators of the world, take what you want, we don't care, that is going to have a negative impact on global security.
Let's talk about what's happening now with the defense budget. The House Armed Services Committee is doing a plus up of $150 billion for this fiscal year. Yeah. What statement does that send, do you think?
Listen, I think it sends a statement to the rest of the world, to our defense industry, to the nation, that we're serious about modernizing our military. It's not just $150 billion, but it's what are we going to do with that? Are we going to, restock our weapons magazines? Are we going to modernize? Are we going to do things to make sure we can counter what we see happening around the world? Things like the emergence of drones. Are we going to do things not just with the exquisite platforms like ships and aircraft, but are we going to do things to provide mass at a pace that deters China? And accumulating mass quickly is going to be things like attritable platforms, expendable platforms, and doing things quickly and less expensively and more efficiently, and utilizing technologies and allowing opportunities for small startup companies that are really innovators and creators that have the technology that is going to be the purview for us to be able to deter the adversaries. How do we make sure they have a door into the Pentagon?
So let me just say, I am less concerned with how much money we're spending than with how we're spending the money that we have. And I don't think we've spent enough time focused on that. And reforming the way the Pentagon does that, I think the Armed Services Committee, Rob's absolutely right. We are in complete agreement. We want to reform the acquisition process. We want to put ourselves in a better position to produce things. But how is the Pentagon going to do that? Are they going to reform and spend money in a more intelligent way? And I'm worried that so much of the reforms in the Pentagon right now are focused on sort of this cultural revolution of which books to ban and which words we're not allowed to say, firing people who aren't loyal, as opposed to focusing on really modernizing the military and doing what Rob just said. I mean, that's where we need to get. So I'm worried about how the Pentagon is taking it versus what we are doing on the legislative branch to try and reform it.
Now, it does sound like one of the promising elements, though, is what you mentioned, Congressman, which is acquisition reform. And there is some bipartisan consensus 100%. On that, right, Congressman?
Yes, there is. Listen, to the chairman's credit and the ranking member's credit, we are going to have a standalone bill this year that I think is going to be transformational with acquisition. And it is, instead of being put into the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, is going to be put into this bill. So I think that sends a clear message that this is kind of the Goldwater-Nichols moment for acquisition reform.
Let's end with something that I know matters quite a bit to both of you, because in part of where you are from, both of you come from districts that have a shipbuilding heritage, a port presence, obviously, a Tidewater, Virginia, Seattle, Washington. The Chinese are kicking our ass, frankly, when it comes to building ships. How urgent of a problem is that? And are we now at the point where it's getting to be too late to catch up?
I think it's really urgent, and it goes beyond shipbuilding. It's the defense industrial base. It is our ability to build at scale the equipment we need, whether you're talking about munitions or ships or planes or whatever it is. We need to ramp that up. That's part of what we're working on. We visited a great company, Saronic, down in Austin, that's cranking out unmanned surface vessels at a rapid increasing pace. I think we're making progress. The one piece I'll say, and I'll turn it over to Rob because he's got really great ideas on this, we need to work with partners and allies. We are not going to be able to build everything we need on our own. We need partners and allies, maintaining those alliances, not offending all of them, and making sure that we can work together to build the equipment.
To accelerate the shipbuilding.
Yeah, well, shipbuilding and a whole bunch of other things. The AUKUS deal is a huge part of this.
What keeps you up at night when it comes to the Chinese? Is it the disparity in shipbuilding?
Listen, that's one of the big things, what they're doing in a lot of other realms. But think about this. Today, as we speak, the Chinese have 238 times the shipbuilding capacity of the United States.
Say that again?
238 times the shipbuilding capacity of the United States.
How is that possible?
It's unbelievable. Well, because we've allowed our shipbuilding capacity to atrophy, they have put theirs on afterburners. So what we have to do is, listen, we're not going to make up that ground all at one time. But just as Adam said, we have to look at all the different ways to be able to do that. Certain construction is very important. Nuclear submarine construction is very important. But when you boil all this down, we talk about the industrial base. Adam is exactly right. But even more fundamental, the industrial base is workforce. I tell folks the top three issues in shipbuilding are workforce, workforce, and workforce. Right. You've got to generate the workforce in order to do that.
Or apprenticeships.
Exactly. So we've got to take that first step. And Joe Courtney and I have talked about it. Joe's done quite a bit in that realm.
He has the Groton district in Connecticut, right?
And down in Newport News too. Right. But we have to do more of that. And it can't just be in those shipbuilding centers. We have to make it a single enterprise. Shipbuilding is not different than ship maintenance. It's not different than building the smaller platforms. All of those trades are interchangeable. Instead of looking at them in buckets, we need to say, how do we grow the entire workforce?
We're about out of time, but it sounds to my ears, folks, like the two congressmen from very different states, very different political backgrounds have found consensus in trying to build more ships to counter the Chinese, and not a great idea to have the Qataris send us a fully loaded Air Force One. Thank you, Rob Whitman, Adam Smith. Folks, give them a round of applause. Thanks so much. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Guys, thank you all.
Great job, Adam.
Great job.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Please welcome Politico's defense reporter, Jack Detch.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be joined here by Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona, member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. I think we'll have a lot to talk about on space, defense, the whole nine yards, but you were just recently in Ukraine back in March. We're a pretty big day for the Ukrainians and the Russians, maybe a meeting in Turkey, in Ankara, Istanbul. What's the best hope for what the Ukrainians can get? I know you were hearing they're pretty sick of fighting this thing through.
Yeah, I don't think there's any group of people that want this to end more than the Ukrainians. And when I visited there, you really get the strong sense that this has been incredibly hard on them. I've visited a veterans hospital, talked to about 10 disabled veterans. Most have lost limbs from FPVs, so first-person drones. I think 9 out of 10 of them. One guy was injured from landmines, so the drone technology and the proliferation across the battlefield on both sides is where most of their combat losses are. They want this to end, but they also want Russia out of their country. And they realize, just as I do, and I think most people that take a close look at this, that if this ends where Putin feels like he got something positive out of this, then our allies are at risk. Last year I visited Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, and they all do feel that if Putin is successful here, they will be next.
Well, and of course, it has a lot of bearing on the U.S. defense budget and U.S. defense priorities. Of course, the administration released a skinny budget a couple of weeks ago, $896.2 billion rather, with a B, less than keeping up with inflation. There was a lot of criticism even on the Republican side of the Trump budget. How do you think they're going to try and fit in all of these priorities? You have Iron Dome, you have the border, trying to counter China.
Dome.
The Golden Dome.
Better than Iron Dome.
How much better?
Because it's golden. We don't know. You know, it's got that's a whole conversation we can have, which I'd like to talk about if you want to take some time on that. But just in general on the budget, we should be doing and crafting a budget through a normal process, House and Senate, you know, figuring it out. The president presents his priorities. It has not grown with inflation, so it's actually less money. And even when you consider the amount of money in reconciliation that is used for things like Golden Dome and some of the other priorities, it doesn't add up to, or it barely keeps up with inflation. And on top of that, what do you do next year? Is this now going to be the new process of kind of juicing it with a random amount of money at the end of the day? So I also think overall the budget doesn't address things that could really be helpful to DOD, like fully funding USAID. You know, those cuts, in my view, are really dangerous to our national security. It gives China an opening all across the world, Russia too, and it reduces our influence.
You said a couple of interesting words there, normal process. I mean, is this a normal process? You were critical of Pete Hegseth during his confirmation hearing. Now we're after a month where the Pentagon fired or got rid of 5 top advisors, many of them in the Secretary's office. Is this a normal budget process that we're facing here?
Not a normal administration, not a normal Secretary of Defense. I was talking to a couple of my Republican colleagues about this a few weeks ago, and one of the lines was, well, they wanted unconventional, and this is what we get.
Well,
like a lot of people fired, people who have served their country, all of their adult life, who were doing, you know, by any account, you know, great jobs. You know, General Brown, Admiral Franchetti, and others, but also firing his own staff and the amount of, you know, chaos that creates in any organization. So of course they don't seem to be focused, you know, on the right things. I think Congressman Smith pointed out, you know, what is this, you know, SecDef's office focused on? It doesn't seem to me to be the major priorities we have in our national security. You know, the rise of China, Russia, Ukraine. It's more about books and bathrooms and, you know, stuff that doesn't really matter to our warfighting capability.
Well, I mean, how disruptive do you think this is going to be when you look at some of the big priorities that we were just talking about? Golden Dome. They're spending a lot of money on the border. We don't know how much, but they're shifting things out of different units. They're looking at a major transformation of the Army, the Navy, big consolidation.
Yeah, we've got big problems, and we've got to make some changes. You were talking about shipbuilding. You know, it's certainly one of them. We don't build ships anymore. I've got legislation to try to fix our commercial shipbuilding industry, which could have an impact on naval shipbuilding. That's part of the reason to do it, but having ships to get cargo across the world and not having to rely on China is a national security issue. You mentioned Golden Dome. Boy, this is like the 1980s again. We could spend billions and billions of dollars and get something that isn't effective. It also upsets the entire concept of deterrence, mutually assured destruction. I mean, I would love to be able to build a system that actually worked 100% of the time. It would be incredibly expensive. Today, we have interceptors. We have the ability to shoot down incoming ballistic missiles, 1, 2. It's not incredibly reliable. We've got 44 interceptors. They're in California, they're in Alaska. To build a system over the entire country would be incredibly hard, and we're not sure it's going to work. And in this budget, well, in the reconciliation plus up, there's about $26 billion in there for Golden Dome. That could go towards things like NGAD or the collaborative combat aircraft, which we really need if we want to be competitive in the Western Pacific against China, penetrating their A2AD bubble, which is a big challenge for us. When I was serving in the Western Pacific on the USS Midway around the first Gulf War, this dealing with China was not an incredibly complex thing. Now they are a peer adversary of ours. And the proliferation of systems that they have in space is I think you're going to hear from General Saltzman here in a little bit, but that is a increasingly hard problem for us.
Yeah, I want to get to space in a moment, but it is interesting that you brought up China, and just we do not hear a lot about China from this Defense Department. We hear a lot about the border. We've heard a bit about Golden Dome, some of the other priorities, DEI, those sorts of things. We don't hear about China. Is that concerning you?
Yeah, it is. Though we do hear from the President occasionally, but not from DOD. So are they even aligned on priorities? Certainly the border is a big priority of the President. You hear that from DOD. But our biggest national security threat, I'd say medium long term, is China. They invest an incredible amount of money. They're rather innovative now. They used to just steal our stuff. They still do that. But they have now started to invent and innovate on their own. And we've got to keep up. I would say right now, I feel pretty good about where we are. If there was a conflict in the Western Pacific with China, I'm not so sure I'm going to feel good about it in 10 years if we don't continue to make the right investments.
You feel good about it even despite the concern that DOD is maybe off the ball on some of these big issues and these big programs?
Leadership matters, and the focus of the national security team does matter. I would say from the warfighter and the capabilities we have, I feel pretty good about it. We need to get everybody focused on what's important.
You brought up the border real fast, and I do want to make sure we touch on that since, of course, you're in Arizona, a border state. Yep. Curious just about the rising price tag on the border mission. We hear a lot about troops driving around in Strykers, doing intelligence missions, the expansion of the Roosevelt Reservation as a quote-unquote right. U.S. base. Where do you think this mission is headed? I mean, is it a no end in sight type of mission?
Well, I hope it isn't, because this is not the role of the U.S. military. You know, I think at times filling gaps makes sense. This is the job of Border Patrol. Let's give Border Patrol the resources. Let them tell us what they need. Where do they need barriers? Do they need more people? Do they need more vehicles? They often ask for technology when I talk to them. You know, they like cameras and sensors. Barriers in urban areas, they're in favor of. I think they appreciate the help from DOD, but that's not great for our long-term readiness. You take a battalion and you stick them on the border for 9 months. They're away from their families. They're away from their base. They don't get the same kind of training. What happens 9 months later if we wind up in a conflict somewhere around the world? Are you going to take that unit and send them, you know, right over to the Western Pacific or to Europe? Or are you going to have to send them back to get them up to speed? So in my view, this is a hit on our readiness. Border security is incredibly important. It's national security. But we should be able to do this with the agencies that is their mission.
If you're sending 2 destroyers to the Gulf, that's a distraction potentially from the U.S. global priorities.
Well, which Gulf are you talking about?
The Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America to this president.
Yes, it depends on the Gulf. I'm not sure if you're talking about the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea, or it depends on where you're sending it, and it's not their primary mission.
We have about a minute and a half left, and I know space is a major priority to you as former astronaut. We've seen a lot of proposed NASA budget cuts. I'm curious what you think the impact on that agency could be when you still have a moon mission potentially. We're talking about a lot of priorities there on NASA's front.
Well, you say potentially, so we don't know.
We don't.
That's kind of important, to know what the priority is from the administration. I was there at the inauguration. I heard the president say something about going to Mars. Well, Artemis, which is sending people back to the surface of the moon, was President Trump's program in his first term. This was his plan. We made a change from what we were doing to do that. And we built SLS and Orion, and SpaceX is building Starship and a lander, and Blue Origin has a competition for a lander. There's another consortium that's building a lander. So we have spent a lot of time and money and resources to do that mission. And what's really frustrating to me, when I was at NASA for 15 years, is seeing an administration cancel a program that NASA had been working on, or see Congress cancel it, or sometimes even NASA would just cancel it. We've got the most talented scientists and engineers on the planet. We can do really hard things, but it's impossible to do the hard thing if the administration then takes a right turn and decides to do something else, like go directly to Mars. I know there's people in the administration that would like to see that happen, but I don't think it's fair to the American taxpayer to fund a program, cancel it to do something else. Then you wind up with the next president. Who knows what that person's going to want to do? So we've got to be consistent and stick with the plan.
All right, well, we'll have to leave it there. Senator Mark Kelly, thank you so much. Now I'm going to leave the stage to Dave Brown, the Deputy Managing Editor for Global Affairs, to give a great announcement.
That was quick.
I know.
Well, good morning, everyone. A lot of you might not know, this is actually my private podium. They take it with me wherever I go, and I hire these people to come and bring them out. So nice job as always, fellas. Thank you. So thanks so much to Senator Kelly for being here. You know, having an astronaut here gives us the perfect segue to what we want to talk about next. And that, as many of you know, is that a new era of space exploration is upon us. And leaders across politics, military, and industry are pursuing new strategic and economic opportunities far beyond our planet. As much as space is a story of rockets and satellites, it's also a story of politics, power, personalities, and policy. And that makes it a true Politico story. So today, I'm thrilled to announce the launch of the Politico Pro Space newsletter. Every week, Politico Pro Space will explore the biggest issues in what we call astropolitics. You can expect to read about the battle between SpaceX CEO Elon Musk and Congress over sending astronauts to Mars or the Moon, which you just heard about from Senator Kelly, or how the Space Force plans to carry out President Trump's Golden Dome vision, and how space companies are trying to influence regulators and compete to dominate this hugely profitable industry. Politico Pro Space will land in your inboxes starting on June 6th. We'll be offering a limited free trial of the newsletter, and then it will be available only to our Pro subscribers. So sign up today so you don't miss the first edition. Now, for our next onstage interview, I'm pleased to introduce the author of Politico Pro Space, reporter Sam Scove, in conversation with General B. Chance Saltzman, the Chief of Space Operations for the U.S. Space Force. Fellas, let's make some news.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming here, and also for the newsletter plug, Dave. My name is Sam Scove. I'm Politico's Space and Emerging Tech reporter. I'm also going to be launching the Space newsletter here in the next couple of weeks. But today I'm honored to be here with General Chance Saltzman, Chief of Space Operations at the U.S. Space Force, to discuss the United States' priorities in space under the Trump administration and how they plan to achieve space superiority. Thank you so much for your time, and welcome, General Saltzman.
Thank you.
So right off the bat, I think for a lot of people, war in space sounds abstract. The force has talked more and more about warfighting, space superiority, kinetic operations. What does those first early moments of a war in space look like?
Yeah, I think you make a great point. It feels kind of abstract because fortunately we haven't really conducted a large-scale war in space, and that's the way I intend to keep it, by the way. But I think because of its criticality, and we've seen this play out in Ukraine, there is a recognition that denying a country access to their space capabilities does create military advantage. I believe that the way a war starts and extends into space will be mostly as low threshold as possible. So think about it in terms of RF jamming, interference with satellite communications that we know. I think that starts to set the stage for what then could be more and more escalatory. You might try to interfere with dazzling ISR satellites, radar jamming of radar collection satellites. All things that are reversible effects. That's the way we like to talk about them, non-kinetic, reversible kinds of effects. To me, that's how it starts. Unfortunately, that may not be where it ends. If they don't achieve the effects they want with those techniques, then the PRC and Russia both have the capabilities to escalate that up to grabbing satellites, pulling them out of operational orbit. Certainly missile technology and anti-satellite kinetic capabilities, it could also extend there. Then you've got debris that you have to deal with, and so it can escalate to a more traditional kind of destructive form of combat.
And when we talk about those sorts of activities, jamming, lasing, things like that, obviously it's very important for Space Force to practice with within a combatant command and sort of get that training in. What steps are you taking in order to encourage Guardians to get that training and get that interoperability, if you will?
Well, the beauty of the military is I don't have to encourage them. I just tell them what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And so they have to prepare. And one of the things that we've recognized is that day-to-day operations that we've been doing for decades in military space organizations isn't the same kind of operations that prepares us for this kind of high-end conflict that we could see extend into space. And so we've created a new force generation model that allows our operators the time to do the kinds of training to be ready to execute those operations. And what we rely on are simulators and constructive virtual ranges. We can model the space environment pretty well digitally. That gives our operators the opportunity to practice their tactics, practice the procedures that they might be called on to use should we actually get into a contest, a crisis, conflict in space. And so that's what we're really doing, is developing the tactics and practicing them in a simulated environment so that they're ready to go.
And for some combatant commanders raised during the sort of global war on terror, a lot of these newer capabilities may seem very exotic. They may not be used to them. It reminds me a little bit of how we've been arguably slow to adopt drones. Have you sensed eagerness from combatant commanders to incorporate more of space into their operational plans?
It's probably the biggest transition I've seen since the establishment of the Space Force, is the understanding by all of the other combatant commands, all of the other services, how much they rely on space capabilities. And it comes in two basic flavors. One is the traditional ways that we've used space in the past: precision navigation and timing, military satellite communications, the ISR capabilities, missile warning, weather data. They recognize that all of the other services and forces have been sized based on the expectation that they will have access to those space capabilities. It is integrated in a way that can't easily be extracted. You can't just say, well, what are we going to do if we don't have space? We're not designed to operate that way anymore. So that part is critical. The second thing, though, that's happened is that our potential adversaries have built space-enabled targeting attack capabilities. So they can hold targets on the surface, in the air, at risk because of the space-enabled capabilities. So now the other services and combatant commanders recognize that the Space Force has to be able to deny, disrupt, degrade an adversary's space capabilities in order to protect the broader joint force. That narrative is pretty clear. When you listen to the combatant commanders testify, all it takes is one question about space, and you hear them say, yes, this is a critical capability, and we need to invest to develop the concepts, the equipment, the training to make sure that we're ready to go.
And in terms of the back at home, in terms of our industrial base and the personnel that the Space Force can bring, where do we stand? From a manufacturing perspective, are we ready to build those capabilities? And from a personnel standpoint, does Space Force have enough people to accomplish these goals?
I think we are in a period what I describe as managed growth. We've been asked to perform missions that traditional military space organizations have not been asked to do. The most primary of those is gain and maintain space superiority, which is kind of military lingo for protect our capabilities and deny an adversary the use of their capabilities against us. That wasn't really a mission when I started flying satellites. And so with the recognition that there are new mission areas that we have to do, this requires new personnel, new equipment, new training concepts, new ranges, a whole host of other capabilities that we have to bring to bear. And there's recognition of this. I get very little pushback when I acknowledge that, hey, we need to grow in a managed way to make sure we can accomplish these new missions. And no one argues about the need to grow operationally. It's when you start talking about layering on staffs and things like that, that's where the bureaucracy starts to say, well, let's not do that. And I agree with that. We need to grow operationally to accomplish that.
I'm sure there's not a specific number, but is there a range, a percentage that you'd like to grow in terms of personnel in the next couple of years? 10%, 20%, something like that?
No, because I don't have a target number. What I do is I say I have to properly have the number of personnel to do the missions that are required. So as we put new capabilities on orbit, I say, okay, is this 2 squadrons of people? Is it 1 squadron? Do I need 2 op centers? What are the ground stations? What's the network look like? And then I have to put the personnel in place to be able to do that. And then there are the support personnel. You have to grow instructors. You have to grow aggressors that practice enemy tactics against us. So that all is a little bit of growth for each mission area. So rather than just say, I want to be 12,000 people, I say, what's the mission and what's the appropriate manpower that is required to do that mission?
And on that topic, I mean, having alternative sort of ideas of service or paradigms of service like a Space National Guard or that's obviously been something that's been discussed quite a bit. Can you give us any update as to sort of where we stand? It looked like it was going to happen, and then it hasn't quite yet.
Well, it's because it's a multifaceted set of considerations. Congress gave us the authority to have part-time positions inside the Space Force. And while that sounds like, oh, okay, great, this is actually a very novel thing for the Department of Defense. An active component that has both full-time people and part-time people. That's not a space reserve. This is literally part-time positions inside the active component. That's unprecedented anywhere else in the Department of Defense. So we are taking advantage of that. We are actively pursuing where do we want our part-time workforce? What kind of work do they do? How do we best bring what a part-time, citizen guardian, if you will, what do they bring into the mix and how do we best leverage that? Once you have the ability to surge with part-time people, then you say, well, do I need a separate component to also be able to do it? That's what the Guard and Reserve brings, is that surge capacity. And so with this most recent NDAA, the Congress directed us to take the missions that were in the Air National Guard, the space missions, and integrate them into this concept of part-time and full-time. And so we're going through the planning process to consider that. It's actually a very small percentage of the overall National Guard. It's about 578 positions out of more than 100,000 in the Air National Guard. So it's a small contingent, which means it would be hard to establish it as a independent, separate component. It would be so small, it would be hard to recruit and train and equip and think about it because it's just small. It's a small fraction of the force, and so that's why we're working through the planning process to integrate them into the Space Force.
And there's been some, on that topic, there's been some interesting proposals that Space Force should basically do away with the enlisted versus officer rank structure and have a sort of 1 through 10 rank. Theoretically would encourage people to who had sort of academic backgrounds in space to join. What is your reaction to that?
That's not a discussion we're having inside the force, I can assure you.
Yeah.
That we are the envy of the world based on our enlisted corps. And the quality of people that are enlisting in the Space Force is off the charts. Average age 22. They come in with a mature understanding of, they have a lot of college in their background, well educated. The tasks that we're giving them to do, they are unbelievable. And the value that we get for our enlisted cadre would be hard to replicate in any other model. I'm so proud of what the enlisted corps does for the Space Force that I go, what problem are we trying to fix? They're amazing, and they're doing exactly what we ask them to do at a level that's mind-boggling sometimes. And so I just don't know what problem that fixes. If we just want to do things differently because we're space and we're going to do things differently, I always bristle at that. I like to fix problems where things are broken, not where things are working great, and I couldn't be more proud of what our enlisted force does.
And I'm sure you can't give us specifics, but you talked a little bit about before about commanders recognizing enemy space capabilities. Can you be I'll ask first, can you be any more specific in terms of what they see or what you see as the biggest threat in that domain?
The PRC has developed what we've kind of, tongue-in-cheek called a kill web. And it's nothing more than a series of hundreds of satellites that are a sensor network that provide real-time updates targeting quality information of our force. And when you talk about having to move a force into the Western Pacific, for example, they will come into range and with very accurate targeting because of this kill web before they're in a position to do anything in terms of meeting military objectives. This is a huge problem. And Indo-Pacific is where we see this most acutely. Admiral Paparo recognizes this, and that's why we have to build our capabilities to try to disrupt that, so that when we're trying to achieve military objectives, our soldiers, sailors, and airmen are safe and not under this umbrella of a very accurate, very long-range set of weapons.
And looking sort of to the other adversary. There's been all sorts of news about Russia's army being degraded in Ukraine, losing lots of people. They do obviously, though, have a potent space force as well. Where do you see that threat sort of going in the next couple of years?
The PRC has demonstrated an accelerated ability to put capacity on orbit. That's what's most concerning to me in the Western Pacific. When you look at what the Russians are doing, I'll give you 3 examples that show great concern, I think. First, months before the invasion of Ukraine, they demonstrated a kinetic kill capability. An anti-satellite missile destroyed a satellite. This is 14 years after the PRC did the same thing. All the lessons of hazardous debris have been learned and talked about, and yet they still chose to destroy a satellite. You could argue that was for messaging purposes. Well, message received. This is a warfighting domain, and you intend to be aggressive and demonstrate that capability, so now we're going to think about how we would respond. Second, when that invasion occurred, it was a cyber attack against Viasat and the ground network. We have to remember that space capabilities can be negated using ground techniques, cyber techniques. So we have to defend our assets not just on orbit, but also in the networks as well. But we have to pay attention to that. And you see jamming efforts. You see a tremendous use of space capabilities on the modern battlefield. And then this idea of putting a nuclear weapon on orbit. The Russians are demonstrating reckless, aggressive behaviors with regards to how they intend to contest the space domain that will have far-reaching impacts beyond any localized military effect. This is of great concern, and we have to think about how we can be in a position of strength to maintain deterrence so that they don't take those actions.
I want to transition a little bit to sort of space policy writ broad across the administration. In the OMB budget for NASA, Artemis after a certain level is canceled, Gateway's canceled. We'll see what happens, but I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how the sort of space industrial base for NASA impacts the Space Force and whether those cancellations will impact you at all, if they happen.
Well, we share the domain with commercial, civil technologies. And so anytime a government customer reduces the demand signal to the same industrial base, I think there are consequences. We just have to take that into consideration, I think, and make sure that we don't, in an attempt to get too efficient or to reduce spending in one area, we actually jeopardize other areas because the industrial base contracts in a way that we can't control. So because we share the industrial base with NASA, I'm always interested in what their budget is. I'm always interested in what technologies they're pursuing. Try not to be redundant. If they're developing capabilities there that we can take advantage of, that's less R&D that I have to put in place. And so it's a very tight relationship in terms of how we interact with the industrial base.
And the White House is also bringing back the National Space Council, which in the first Trump administration was pretty key to standing up the Space Force. What sort of hopes do you have for your relationship with the council? How will that work? And perhaps the thing that comes to my mind is their role in coordinating Golden Dome might be pretty key.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything official yet, so you're the reporter here on this one. But what I will tell you is that anytime we elevate the national discussion on space, whether it's commercial, civil, or for national security purposes, I think that's a benefit. There is no question that space is a critical national interest. And I mean that from an economic standpoint, from a diplomatic standpoint, from information sharing, transparency, basic democratic values. Space is tremendously important. And I haven't even said national security, which is my business to make sure we use space effectively for that. So the value that space brings, it is a critical national interest. Any organization, mechanism, narrative that elevates that discussion to our most senior levels, whether it's Capitol Hill, whether it's in the executive branch, that's a powerful thing. And so I always support those kinds of efforts. We always have to keep the discussion in mind at the highest levels.
And on sort of the biggest national security space issue of the day is Golden Dome. What that will look like, how much it will cost. What is the next phase? What is the next target for you in terms of figuring out what that looks like?
We're still in the early planning of it, trying to think about it at the high level. It's a system of systems. It's not, you don't buy Golden Dome. You orchestrate a program that includes a lot of programs that you have to stitch together in very technical ways. And so it's a system of systems. Well, which systems are critical, which ones are in, which ones are affordable, which ones are practical in terms of the technology we can rapidly bring to bear. This is the analysis that's going on now at a high level. We'll put a basic plan together. We'll submit it to the Secretary of Defense. Secretary of Defense will take it to the White House, and we'll either be moving out or adjustments will be made, et cetera. So that's where we are, is in that basic planning to say, given the threat scenarios that we think you're trying to defend against, here are the systems that we think are appropriate. Here's the technology that's available, et cetera. Here's our plan and how we would proceed. And we're in that planning phase.
And agreed on the planning phase. There is that, I think it's almost $500 billion estimate from the Congressional Budget Office. Does that feel high to you, or does that feel like within the range of what might be spent given certain?
I'm 34 years in this business. I've never seen an early estimate that was too high. It's the nature of the business, I think, that we don't always understand the full level of complexity until you're actually in execution, doing the detailed planning. And so my gut tells me there's going to be some additional funding that's necessary. So yeah, there's always sticker shock, because space and these kinds of capabilities are exquisite. They are unique in the sense that there's not a lot of market that would drive the cost down. And so, yes, there is sticker shock, but it doesn't surprise me.
Well, I think we have to leave it there, unfortunately. Thank you so much for your time and insight. We hope everyone will join us soon. Come check out in the breakout session. I'll have a session with former NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. We'll be talking a little bit about the NASA budget stuff I brought up. Should be a very interesting conversation. It's for pro subscribers only, but if you'd like to come and you're not a pro subscriber, just find us in the break room and let us know. That about covers it. We'll have a brief video from our sponsors at RTX, and thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How can travel be transformed? How will we make the world safer? Decisions faster? Are seamless communications the key? Can what's up there help us down here? Is human ingenuity limitless? Is our true potential endless? At RTX, we take on the big challenges. We ask the big questions, and we find answers. We are RTX.
Please welcome Politico's diplomatic correspondent, Felicia Schwartz.
All right. Good morning, all. I'm Felicia Schwartz. I'm Politico's diplomatic correspondent covering international security, defense, and trade. Here with me today is Congressman Mike Lawler of New York. He was named the most effective member in the 118th Congress and now serves as chair of the Middle East and North Africa Subcommittee in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. But maybe most importantly, he represents the district that I grew up in. So welcome, Congressman. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Let's start with President Trump's trip to the Middle East. You've expressed reservations about the administration's efforts to reach a nuclear deal with Iran. Trump this morning said the deal is very close. Do you think that the administration can get to a deal with Iran that doesn't allow them to enrich?
I think it's paramount that any agreement does not allow them to enrich uranium. Obviously, we don't want to see a JCPOA 2.0. That was a disaster, and President cutting off that oil trade is paramount to cutting off the funding for their nuclear ambitions, their ballistic missiles program, and of course the funding of Hamas' ballistic missiles program, and of course the funding of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and other terror proxies. At this. I don't know that it said agitate, but the. Look, I think obviously the president, when he sent a letter, then certainly diplomatically we should try to get there. Same with Lebanon. But this is a work in progress. It is certainly not going to happen overnight. But I do think they're coming out of October 7th. There is certainly a greater appetite, I think, within the Arab states for more stability and more peace in the region. Obviously, economic ties help foster that. That's why the president's trip to Saudi Arabia was critical. But this is a long-term proposition that is going to take time to work through. But I fundamentally believe that there is greater opportunity today than there was prior to October 7th.
And any role for Congress as these sanctions come off?
Oh, of course. Look, as chair of the Middle East and North Africa Subcommittee, this is paramount importance. We're going to be having a hearing soon on Syria. And, as I look at my priorities within Congress when it comes to the Middle East, obviously getting all of the hostages released and eliminating the threat from Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis are paramount. Containing the threat from Iran, ending the illicit oil trade, normalizing relations between Arab states and Israel, starting with Saudi Arabia, working through the dynamics in Lebanon and Syria and Iraq are important, and frankly holding some of our allies like Egypt, Turkey, and Qatar accountable and making sure that they understand they have to pick a side. You can't play all sides.
Who do you think would be first to normalize with Israel, Saudi Arabia or Syria?
Saudi Arabia.
And just one more on Saudi. President Trump announced an $142 billion weapons deal while he was there. Have you been briefed on the specifics? And do you think a partner like Saudi Arabia should get F-35s?
We have not yet been briefed on all the specifics of it. Obviously, we are going to want more information as the president returns back from the trip. But look, Saudi Arabia and India are the two countries that I think are most vital to U.S. interests over the next decade when it comes to bringing about peace and prosperity around the globe. If you look at the threats from China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and the unholy alliance that they have formed, Saudi Arabia and India are paramount. And strengthening the economic relationships between the U.S. and those two countries, strengthening the military relationships between those two countries is paramount. We don't want India, for instance, continuing to buy weapons from Russia. We obviously want to end the illicit oil trade between China and Iran. We don't want Iran sending drones to Russia. There's a lot of moving parts here, but if you want stability, you need to have stronger ties with some of our partners, and that requires greater military cooperation as well.
And on this question of the F-35 specifically, there have been several reports that the U.S. and Saudi Arabia are talking about this. I wonder if providing this capability undermines American assurances to Israel about maintaining its qualitative military edge.
Look, I think these are discussions that are part of a larger conversation, inclusive of normalizing relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel, which I think is paramount when you talk about the Abraham Accords, when you talk about long-term peace. A lot of, frankly, the adversaries of Israel are adversaries of Saudi Arabia too, including Iran. So there's a lot of moving pieces here. I think obviously the relationship between the U.S. and Israel is paramount, but we want to normalize relations with our Arab partners in Israel as well. And so some of this is a negotiation, but it's also recognizing the need for a larger cooperation throughout the region.
I think a key piece of any normalization deal would be a ceasefire in Gaza. And after months of attempts by the Trump administration, after the ceasefire deal fell apart, I wonder how much closer you think we are to a resolution of the conflict or some sort of deal.
Well, I think obviously Idan Alexander being released was important. We still have 4 Americans who are deceased, whose bodies are being held. They all need to come home. And I think obviously the release of all remaining hostages is paramount to any ceasefire agreement. I think obviously had Netanyahu listened to Biden and Blinken and Sullivan, frankly, we would not be in this position. The fact is, if they did not go into Rafah, Sinwar would still be alive. If they did not go into Lebanon, Nasrallah would still be alive. And frankly, Assad would likely still be in charge in Syria. So we're in a much better position today, I think, to get to a ceasefire agreement than we were a year ago. But the hostages are non-negotiable. They need to be released. And obviously the threats posed by any of these terror proxies of Iran need to be eliminated. And as part of any agreement with Iran, their funding of these proxies needs to stop.
Do you think there's been much written, particularly in the Israeli press, but also over here, about the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu? Do you see any sort of rift? And do you think that Netanyahu actually does have an interest in ending the war?
No, I don't see a rift. At the end of the day, there's always going to be, diplomatic differences, and you work through them. The bottom line is the relationship between the United States and Israel is unbreakable. And frankly, President Trump has been arguably the greatest president for the state of Israel during his first and now second term. And I don't see the level of differences or disagreement that some of the press try to provoke.
And I want to ask you about President Trump's reconfigured national security team. You have a dual-hatted Secretary Rubio and National Security Advisor Rubio. And you have, of course, Steve Witkoff, who's taking on many of the most sensitive diplomatic files in your corner. Do these gentlemen have time to handle all of these responsibilities? And how will you know that they're juggling these responsibilities effectively?
Look, I think Secretary Rubio obviously has deep experience when it comes to foreign affairs. I think he's extremely intelligent, articulate, and certainly capable of handling multiple roles that are interconnected and critical. When it comes to something like USAID, the fact is it always should have been under the umbrella of state. So that in and of itself is to me, not really an issue. Look, both of them, I think, are doing a very good job managing these crises that are happening around the globe. The fact that we were able to broker a ceasefire agreement in a very short period of time between India and Pakistan, I think speaks volumes to Secretary Rubio and the President, the Vice President, and their ability to deal directly with world leaders and to do so in a very firm manner. I think, obviously, the challenges in the Middle East continue to persist, but you saw the threat from the Houthis, and basically were able to bring that to heal through a sustained campaign by DOD and obviously the diplomatic pressures applied. I think Steve Witkoff, has done a great job really when it comes to trying to get these hostages released. And for somebody who's obviously not necessarily from this space, obviously I think he is doing very well in a very short period of time, and is committed to the job. And I think they are committed to trying to bring these conflicts to an end and bring about more peace and stability, and do so in a very direct manner, which I think is effective.
Well, that is all the time we have. So thank you very much, Congressman, for joining us. And we'll look forward to seeing which way the Iran file goes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Please welcome Politico's Executive Vice President and General Manager, Media Business, North America, Callie Bodie, and McKinsey & Company Senior Partner, Brooke Weddle.
Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Callie Bodie from Politico, and before our next panel begins, I'd like to thank McKinsey for their support in today's summit. And I'm delighted to sit down now with Brooke Weddle, McKinsey's senior partner, to discuss a topic that's come up a few times already today, but we're going to go into some more detail on shipbuilding and what may lie ahead for the future of the industry. So Brooke, thank you so much for joining.
It's great to be here. Thank you, Callie.
So for the past 18 years at McKinsey, you've focused on organizational transformations across a diverse set of industries, but this year you've been focused on shipbuilding, an industry that we've heard a good bit about today and that you believe also is critical to invest in, but it's also facing a myriad of challenges. So can you give us an overview from your perspective, the current state of American shipbuilding and the most pressing challenges that you think it's facing?
Yeah, of course. And it's terrific to be here with you all today talking about such an important topic. Just to lay out an overview of the sector, I'm going to talk a lot about workforce today, so I'll start with that. Shipbuilding directly employs about 100,000 people in the U.S. You can add, for each of those workers, about 3 or 4 more to get to around 500,000 workers in the broader industrial base, for instance, suppliers around shipbuilding. In terms of economic contribution, you're looking at just over $40 billion in terms of GDP. Now, if you compare that to another sector that is critical for national security, like semiconductors, that would be around $250 billion. So shipbuilding is a big industry, but it could be bigger. And I think that's a little bit why it has come up today and why we're talking about it in this conversation. But we face a couple of challenges. And Kelly, you asked, what kind of stands in the way of strengthening shipbuilding. So first and foremost, we have a number of execution issues, meaning the Navy, the US Navy, has put out a demand signal, and it's been increasing over time. And we've not been able to achieve that on the defense side. We've had program delays, and we are standing in a position now where we need to do better to meet that demand signal. On the commercial shipbuilding front, I would say that the picture is even more dire. If you look at the commercial shipbuilding market globally, you have China, South Korea, and Japan occupying about 90% of market share. The US's market share in commercial shipbuilding is 0.1%, 0.1%. So it's a huge gap, and one that we need to urgently address. The other big challenge that I'll put out there, and this has also come up this morning, is workforce. You cannot have ships without workers to build them, and critical part of the workforce is skilled trades. We have 1 million fewer skilled tradespeople today than we did in 2007, 1 million fewer. So we're in a precarious spot when it comes to the health of the workforce. And if you just take one of the skilled trades that comes up a lot, welders, the American Welding Society predicts that they need about 330,000 more welders by 2028. So that's not that far away, and that's a lot more welders. That'd be about a 50% increase in terms of the number of welders today. And what's just as important as building the pipeline is retaining those workers once they get on a shipyard. And we're not good at that either. McKinsey's looked at the cost of churn, workforce turnover on shipyards, and more broadly in manufacturing, and has found that that is costing US companies over $5 billion a year. So there are a number of challenges, and it's an important and urgent topic for us to be focused on.
You started by talking about just the size of the industry overall. So can you detail a little bit more why is it so important to the economy, but also for global competitiveness?
Yeah, of course. I don't think you can understate the importance of shipbuilding to the US economy and our competitiveness. And I think there are a couple different reasons. Certainly national security, and then I would say economic resilience. But before I go into each of those topics, I want to take a tiny step back, because the U.S. has been in a different spot before. If you look at the history between World War I and World War II, the U.S. actually grew its shipbuilding sector in very big ways. So we went from producing, in terms of gross tonnage, about 1.5 million to 40 million in gross tonnage in a span of about 10 years. And we did that through thoughtful and smart industrial policy and the participation of the private sector. So I mention that because we have seen growth before, and I think that's important to acknowledge, and hopefully can give us some clues about what will be required going forward. And going back to your question, Callie, the importance to the U.S. economy and global competitiveness. Look, from a national security standpoint, I don't think it's tenable not to meet the U.S. Navy's demand signal. What's more, even the DoD relies on Chinese-built ships for critical shipping of fuel or dry goods, which, during a time of increased conflict could put us in a really uncomfortable spot. From the perspective of economic resilience, with 0.1% of commercial shipbuilding, that of course puts us in an uncomfortable spot from a supply chain perspective. And look, technology is accelerating. It's been accelerating for a while. And we can't afford to fall further behind in terms of incorporating technology into our approaches and ensuring that we can build good, safe ships faster in a cost-effective way. So, for those reasons, I would say it's critical to get this right, and we really do need to look to modernize our shipyards to be able to compete.
So when most folks think of shipbuilding, the first thing that comes to mind is probably ports with large ships and workers. But what role does McKinsey play in the industry? That might not be a logical jump that folks might make, that McKinsey is very involved in this industry, but how are you all helping the sector tap into its full potential?
Yeah, well, most people might think that McKinsey does a lot of work on strategy, and they wouldn't be wrong. And of course, we are helping shipbuilding industry with strategy, whether that has to do with digital transformation, supply chain resilience, or overall productivity. But I think the McKinsey that you may not know is the McKinsey that works down on the deck plate, if you will, in steel-toed boots, really helping to improve throughput and execution. I have my own steel-toed boots and spend a lot of time hand in hand with the folks that are trying to do better, to produce better ships. The other area where we've spent a lot of time is on the workforce. And I'm proud of the work that we've done to bring data and analytics to bear when it comes to solving workforce issues. For instance, we've used cluster analysis to really pinpoint the key drivers of attrition. Of course, compensation is important, and there's been some good forward steps on that front. But in addition, we've found pretty consistently that flexibility leading to innovating shift changes, or the relationship you have with your supervisor or your foreman to really derive meaning in your work and feel like you are valued, or the fact that you want to probably be close to good housing or have access to childcare. With this kind of data and analytics, companies can get really very precise and very particular about the kinds of interventions that are actually going to impact and result in better outcomes. And then the final area where McKinsey is spending a lot of time with respect to shipbuilding is in leadership. And what I mean is that when you look at what needs to happen in the shipbuilding industry, we do need a different kind of leadership. We need to be thinking differently. And we've spent a lot of time thinking about, what does 21st century leadership mean? Well, it means you're more adaptable. You're more resilient. There's a lot to be said for servant leadership these days. And so we are helping leaders across the industry, whether you are a foreman on the deck plate or an executive in the corporate office, really think differently about how to lead the way and lead your people to drive not just lower attrition, but also different outcomes for the industry.
So how do you think we can motivate more leaders to do the same to incentivize this next generation of shipbuilding talent?
Well, I'll tell you what motivates me. I come from a military family. Both my grandfathers were fought in 3 wars each. My grandmother served in the Asia Pacific Theater with the American Red Cross. My husband, my brother, my dad, I could go on. I was the black sheep that decided to earn a PhD versus a military uniform. And so shipbuilding for me is a way of serving my country and taking pride in that. And frankly, I think it's probably the motivation for a lot of people in this room, and could be for many more, especially young people that need to be inspired. I think about what we could do to change the perceptions of young people in particular. I think some interesting things are happening. You see TikTok videos highlighting electricians and plumbers and making that work look different. My 12-year-old son spends a lot of time in video games. We should have more skilled trades and shipbuilding, right, take place in those kinds of environments as well. And I would say we even need a Hollywood movie to really get people thinking differently about the role shipbuilding can play in terms of our national security and our country's path forward from an economic perspective.
We're about to get the hook here, but hang on, a Hollywood movie, who would you cast in that movie? If it was a summer blockbuster, we're going to see it, who's on the marquee?
Okay, well that's a really important question. I would go for smart and strong, so I would go for someone like John Krasinski. I would channel a little bit of salt energy with Angelina Jolie. I think she would be good in there.
You're gonna pull her back out.
Yeah, and then I probably would go, you have to have that guy that's been there, done that. I'm a little bit partial to Tom Cruise for that one.
Oh, okay, so take him from the air to the ship.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah,
But there's nowhere for him to run, so how's he gonna do it? Anyways, Brooke, we could keep talking about Hollywood, but there's so much more we could talk about with shipbuilding too, but unfortunately we are out of time, but so much appreciate your time and your valuable insights, and appreciate McKinsey's support for our summit in this conversation.
Thank you, Kelly.
Please welcome Politico's editorial director of Politico Live, Stephen Overly, Palantir's head of defense growth, Shannon Clark, and Anderson Horitz's senior national security advisor, Matt Cronin.
Hello, everyone. We've had a packed morning hearing from lawmakers about various defense priorities, and now I want to turn to industry, because we know that industry, defense companies are contracted to execute on the priorities that we've been hearing about all day. And so that's where Shannon and Matt are here to join me in this great conversation. And that's where I want to pick up. We've heard a lot about defense priorities, missile defense systems and outer space. From where you two sit, where is the biggest need to invest in defense capabilities?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, and it's great to to sit here with Matt. I think from an industry perspective, we see a lot of new technology every year. We want to see what we can put in the field, but I think the most important thing from where I see is AI-enabled technology and AI-enabled software in particular. We are in a community right now, and I think in this administration, we've seen the need to have a more efficient, more government run, and you can't do that with humans alone. You really need to embrace technology, and like I said, AI specifically enabled technology. There's just too much data that's at scale right now. There's too many systems out there, and relying on humans alone to do that is just impossible. We've seen great investments in this. I think in particular, like the DoD's Pathfinder initiative, Project Maven is an awesome example of where the department is investing in AI-enabled technology to help the warfighter with everything from readiness to logistics, to operations, to intelligence, to targeting. And I think we need to continue to make those investments over the next several years.
What do you think, Matt?
To add on to Shannon's excellent answer. So first is echo Shannon's comment. We have to invest in AI. That is a power, a benefit that compounds onto itself. So the better you get at AI, the more advantage you get in AI, you get more advantages. And that is, according to many experts, this is the most profound and transformation technology that we've seen in defense space or otherwise, potentially in human history, at least in generations. So we have to make sure we win there. Second, we need to recognize that China has custom built its military to counter our military, which is presently built off of exquisite, highly expensive systems. They have an anti-carrier missiles that can counter, deter, potentially even defeat, in some circumstances, our carriers, which is a much more valuable item for us. You see similar ROIs for our adversaries with the Houthis in Yemen and the Russians in Ukraine. So recognizing this fact, we need to invest far more into counters to that counter. One of the key areas for that would be highly attritable systems like drones. So imagine a scenario where the Chinese are planning to invade Taiwan. They have the PLAN ships there. They have their roll-on, roll-offs, the ro-ros, which have their troops and equipment in it. They're going across, but now rather than facing a series of incredibly expensive, small number of Navy ships, which are important, need to have them, they're seeing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of maritime aerial drones from Shield AI, Saronic, Anduril, even Skydio on the commercial and dual-use side. And each one of those can take out ships that are worth tens of millions, 50s of millions, $100 million for them. That counters their counter. It will make them rethink their strategy. Finally, we need to be able to overcome the growing capabilities that China and Russia and others have in space and cyberspace. Similar to what I just mentioned now, we are relying on a relatively small number of satellites to maintain space dominance. There's anti-satellite weaponry. That's not going to work. If we want to make sure we can prevail in terms of comms capabilities in Indo-PACOM, where our systems rely on these technologies, like GPS, we need to have highly distributed systems. We also need to have counters to their capabilities in cyberspace. For example, one of our companies, CAPE. CAPE effectively creates an overlay over a device like a phone that negates the capabilities of, say, Salt Typhoon of hacking into your phone. So if Vice President Vance had CAPE on his phone, the Chinese would not have gotten in.
Right.
So we have to invest in those. And finally, I would note, I have a chance to get to it in limited time we have. It is astounding to me that these are not far-fetched technologies. These are technologies and equipment available right now for our warfighter. But because of the systems we have in place, the procurement system in particular, we cannot get it into their ready and eagerly accepting hands. And that has to change.
So I want to dig deeper into some of these technologies, and we'll start with AI. It's something I also host Politico's Tech Podcast. I talk about AI all the time. And the global landscape around AI, as you all know, is very competitive. China is trying to catch up to the United States. Just this week, President Trump was in Saudi Arabia with a number of tech CEOs, including from Palantir and Andreessen Horowitz, inking AI deals and looking at global collaboration. How much of these technologies can the U.S. develop on its own, homegrown? How much do we need to be partnering with countries like Saudi Arabia to actually advance and get ahead in the way the two of you are talking about?
Well, I think that, Dr. Karp talks about this all the time. We have the best software engineers in the world, and we believe that we have the best software in the world. You can have the most exquisite hardware in the world, and I think a lot of times hardware sales get a lot of airtime, right, about selling ships or aircraft to another nation, but really, like, our decisive advantage is going to come from having the best software in the world. Making sure that that software is built here in the United States, but also making sure that our partner nations and our allies have access to that software, or that we can glean from some of the advances that they make, is only going to help our national security and the national security of our allies. And I think, just recently we talked about, Palantir, NATO purchased Palantir, and we're really excited to get capabilities that have been built in the U.S. to share with our NATO partners, to do just as I said, to make sure that our allies have the same capabilities that we do, and that they're strong, and that a stronger ally is a stronger U.S., right?
Yeah. And I would say I would reframe the question. The question is not, do we need to get other countries on board to make the AI? The question is, what AI stack will these other countries be on? So China is investing heavily in AI. It's just public knowledge alone, just trillions upon trillions of dollars.
Right.
And they're desperately seeking to export it. Again, because if their AI stack is abroad, they are gaining the advantages of the data they're gaining from that, and then putting them into a tech stack that informs its citizens of certain things, like communism was great. Nothing bad happened in the 20th century. The CCP is the best, most benevolent rulers on planet Earth. We don't want a future where that takes place. And so engaging in these sort of efforts of getting other countries onto our AI tech stack is an incredible investment, not just monetarily, just economically, but in terms of the fundamental freedoms of the human race. And that's why we need to do it.
Matt, I'm going to keep with you here for a second, because as we know, a lot of Pentagon money flows to the big five defense primes, right? And you both represent a company or work with companies that are trying to get a bigger piece of that pie. And there are folks right now in the White House and the Pentagon talking about the need for defense startups to have more opportunity to sell to the military. That's how we will stay competitive. What's the biggest barrier that needs to be removed for startups, for incoming kind of defense contractors to have a shot?
Yeah, so I would say the entire regulatory moat created by this, I presumably well-intentioned compliance system that has, paperwork upon paperwork, special accounting standards, all these special terms that only companies can have if they're just incredibly well entrenched, they're large. That does not work for startups. And to get to the importance of this, I think some folks may mistakenly believe this is a question of like, well, what companies get money? Who cares? Big companies, small companies, just a bunch of companies making money. It's not true. I will refer you to, I'm paraphrasing a quote from one of China's top strategists who's number 2 of their NSC equivalent. He literally lectured the entire nation on the 36 strategies of war. And they asked him in 2020 in a lecture, how will the United States defeat China? Not really hypothetical. They asked this guy, when we fight them, how do we win? And he said, oh, well, they have superior, they're fantastic soldiers, fantastic strategists, incredible technology, but they have removed their capability of procuring defense. They can't manufacture, they can't bring in their economy. And then the quote at the end of it is like, at the end of the day, they'll run out of bullets, and what will they shoot at us? And that is the crux of their strategy. So there's 2 ways to fix that. One of them is a generational shift, expanding the manufacturing base. That's going to take a long time. The other, happen immediately, is, as you mentioned, to expand the DIB. Allow access to these startups that have innovative technologies. Companies like Palantir, incredibly innovative technologies and capabilities. And to do that, you have to switch to commercial first. You have to have a system based on portfolios rather than program managers. You have to look differently at past performance requirements. Who cares if a company made a biplane 70 years ago if they're working on an AI platform? That is irrelevant. And yet, those are the sorts of things that contractors look at. Those are reforms that we need to make.
And Shannon, I'll come to you. The moment we're in now around DOGE, right? There's a lot of change across government, Pentagon included. A colleague of mine reported on the Defense Digital Service, sort of leaving en masse earlier this month. I'm curious, 2-part question, how kind of all this upheaval is impacting your current relationships with the Pentagon, your current ability to do business? And then a lot of business folks I talk to see opportunity in DOGE, right? They think the government's going to buy more AI technology. Is that how you see it?
Well, I think there's kind of, to your question, but also kind of going back to Matt's, I think this recent executive order that talks about commercial item preference is extremely important. I mean, we at Palantir have been saying this for, I've been at Palantir for 13 years, and we've been saying it for as long as I even interviewed at Palantir. I remember talking about this. It's, we have all this great technology to which he talked about, and the amazing portfolio companies that Andreessen Horowitz has, especially in the American Dynamism portfolio, is like, they're out there, they want to be able to work with the government, but we have to make sure that the government is actually using those commercial technologies and not trying to build these items on their own. And I think one of the ways that I kind of see that, and I hopefully gain through these efficiencies and through this administration, is that they're saying like, hey, we're going to find these efficiencies, and that means if you are building some homegrown thing over here, that when we look and we see that there is a commercial technology that's out there, even if it's a small startup, but it has a lot of capital invested in it, we need to be procuring that thing that exists today. There's a lot of capital going into these defense companies. I mean, we need to stop building these things. And I think that's a large part of what DOGE is looking at, is like, tell me all these various programs that support this one thing. Okay, show me what those line items look like for how much money is being spent. Is there a commercial customer or a commercial company that's actually building this thing? Let's use that instead. And we applaud that, because, you wouldn't have the SpaceXs, the Palantirs, the Andurils of the world without, having, fearless leaders that have said we need to look at this commercial technology and not just continue to feed into the 5 primes that you've mentioned. So yes, we see opportunity because we believe in efficiency, and we believe that efficiency is going to come not with humans, but with human and machine learning. And so that's where we think that a lot of this will come from, and hopefully this executive order will help.
Matt, quickly, what's your confidence in this administration to deliver on that? Because we've heard promises of efficiency in government before. We've heard promises to open up the Pentagon before. What's your confidence that that will actually be delivered?
I think there is an increasing understanding in the public that this is a requirement. We've talked about the defense space for the most part so far, and the efficiencies are needed there, or else we may very well fail to deter the next conflict. But there's also, you can see the need in the citizenry, and that's the public demand that drives democracy in other spaces. We were just talking about increasing efficiencies in the federal government. I mean, American dies in practice is we invest in companies that serve the national interest. We focus on defense. There's other ones. There's ones that allow you to have ready access to book appointments in public parks and public spaces. We have ones to be able to serve subpoenas quickly and easily. That, as a former federal prosecutor, it's a game changer. And there's so many areas where you can make these tweaks, save hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, and improve the quality of life of everyday Americans, but also those who serve an important mission in the federal government. That is an easy change. It just requires people to think differently.
Well, we are out of time, unfortunately, but Matt and Shannon, I thank you both for being here. And I want to welcome next to the stage Politico Live's executive producer, Annie Allen, to introduce our breakout sessions. Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's way more official with the podium, so glad that just came back up. Thank you all for being here. I hope you guys have all enjoyed the conversations so far this morning. We're now about to take a quick break. If you are a Politico Pro subscriber, we have some special areas to highlight. When you walk out of the lounge or walk out of the back door here, you're going to go to the left if you would like to go check out our Politico Pro lounge where there's refreshments and seating. If you walk out the door to the right, we have two smaller breakout conversations, one on spending and space hosted by Sam Scove, who you met earlier, with former NASA Administrator and Florida Senator Bill Nelson. The second on cyber warfare, hosted by Politico reporter Maggie Miller, with Anna Neuberger, former Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies, and Chris Singleton from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. If any of those things gave you FOMO, because you are not a Politico Pro subscriber, and you would like to learn more, we have a Politico Pro Genius Bar, where you can hear all about our subscription service that can provide you with all the tools, analysis, databases, and more that you need to succeed in this increasingly complex world we're hearing about today. If you are not attending a breakout session, please take this time to have refreshments, check your email, network, whatever you need to do, and then we will meet you back here at 10:30 for the rest of this program we have lined up. Senator Eric Schmidt, Representative Michael McCall, former National Security Advisors John Bolton and Jake Sullivan, Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism Sebastian Gorka, and more. So we'll see you in a bit.
Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Please welcome Politico's Politics Bureau Chief and
In your hometown is the Gold Coast, but what town are you in?
So I live in Greenwich.
Greenwich, yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Politico Live, thank you all again. For anyone who's out in the lobby, I think you guys can hear me. If you can come in, we're about to start our programming. We'd love everyone to get started. All right, so I'm going to welcome my colleague, Jonathan Martin, our Politics Bureau Chief, and Congressman Jim Himes. Thank you so much.
And we're back. And we're back. All right, folks. Hope you got your coffee break. You're ready to go here. We're joined by the gentleman from Greenwich, from the Gold Coast of Connecticut, Jim Himes, the ranking Democrat on the House Select Committee on Intelligence. Let's start with an item in the news, which is the Qataris apparently wanted to bestow what would have probably be the most memorable gift given to the Americans since the French offered us the Statue of Liberty. But I don't know if the Statue of Liberty would have had bugs inside of it. Not literal bugs, but like actual mics. So one of your concerns is what would be in this plane if it came to us?
Yeah,
right?
fair question. And I'm leaving all the emolument stuff and constitutional stuff and legal stuff to the guy who really needs to handle it, which is Jamie Raskin. So I'm just going to take this from the security angle, right? Which is to say, oh, and by the way, I will say, however, that when the Statue of Liberty was given to the United States of America, the Congress deliberated accepting that gift, just as a legal note. Yeah, they did. Jamie told me that yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's just bananas from a counterintelligence standpoint.
What could be on there?
Well, I mean, let me tell you a quick story. So many years ago, I go to Islamabad and I pay a visit to the ISI, an intelligence service. Yeah, we work with them, we worry about them and all this stuff. And anyway, they gave me this nice little vase, about this big, pretty white and blue vase. And that white and blue vase spent a couple of months in some laboratory with some security services making sure that I should put that thing in my office. So a 747, right? The opportunities for bugging it, the opportunities for structural problems, the opportunities for software. Yeah, I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. So from a security standpoint, this is a terrible idea. As most people in the audience will know, one of the places the president can go when the country is in insane crisis, 9/11, nuclear war, is to put him on Air Force One and get him out of harm's way. It's a flying White House. It's a bad idea.
Right. It'd be like having a general contractor redo the Oval Office, who was basically a sort of foreign-owned contractor, right?
Back in the 80s, I think it was the 80s. In the 80s, we foolishly, I don't know the whole story, but we had hired a bunch of Russian contractors to build a new embassy for us in Moscow.
Yeah.
And somebody was asleep at the switch, because when they started looking at the walls in this embassy, I mean, it was just one massive listening device. They had to knock the whole thing down and start from scratch.
So let's talk about what is happening this week. The president's obviously traveling in the Middle East, but sounds open to the idea of turning that plane around, speaking of the plane, turning that plane around and going to Turkey to help mediate talks with the Russians and the Ukrainians. Do you have any optimism at all that there can be progress made in Turkey between the Russians and the Ukrainians? And should the president step in at this point, do you think?
Yeah, let me. So you said optimism. Let me get to your question. But I'm not in the habit of praising Donald Trump. But I got to tell you, the last week or so in the Middle East, Ukraine, Russia is a different story.
Yeah.
The last week in the Middle East, I go into the week fearing that the Prime Minister of Israel is hell-bent on going to war with Iran. I go into the week worried that we're going to miss the thread of an opportunity in Syria for the new leadership there. And I got to tell you, I think the president has, in this last week or so, played the Middle East pretty darn well. My guess is that the Prime Minister of Israel is cooling his heels a little bit on planning for Iran. My guess is that he's probably thinking through a better situation than he otherwise might want for Gaza. And look, it appears we're going to give Sharia a chance in Syria. That's pretty good stuff. Again, not in the habit of praising this president, but I got to give him some kudos there.
Russia, by the way, you would not hear from Tom Cotton any of those things, because the very reason that you're praising Donald Trump is because he is taking a much more dovish approach to the Middle East than the hawks in his party, which does reflect that oftentimes Trump's impulses are really, really less hawkish than the folks in his party would prefer, right?
Look, I would debate this all day long with Tom Cotton, right? I'm sitting here in Congress because of the Iraq War, right? My predecessor, Chris Shays, was an ardent supporter of the Iraq War. I could go on. The mistakes of American foreign policy, I'm cautious about broad statements, but the mistakes of foreign policy in my lifetime have been mistakes of being naive about military engagement or about, covert
remaking
stuff.
the region.
Vietnam, remaking the region, changing the world at the point of the of a spear. And so, look, we'll see. But you asked about Ukraine, Russia.
Yes.
Again, I was as horrified as any American when they brutalized the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office. To me, that is a symbol that we will not live down for a very long time. To take the struggling president of an imperfect but victimized democracy and to humiliate him in the Oval Office, we're not living that one down. To vote with North Korea in the United Nations against our allies on a resolution that says that Russia was the aggressor, we're not living that one down. It does appear that in the last couple of weeks or so, the president has sort of evolved a little bit from his one-sided derision of Zelensky. And look, I think that's helpful. The answer here is pretty clear, right? Putin needs to come to understand that the West is there for the long run. No. And only now, coming on June of this administration, I think, is the Kremlin thinking like, whoa, this president of the United States is not the unconditional ally that we might have thought he was.
But he obviously keeps saying that he's going to pressure Russia and then sort of backs off. If there's no progress made in Turkey, do you think we'll see a bipartisan bill reach his desk that increases sanctions on Russia?
I sure hope so. Again, the key here is that Russia needs to come to understand that we're not backing down, because right now Putin is not serious about peace. There's 1,000 indicators of that. And until he comes to understand that we will be there and we will be there and he will continue to lose thousands of personnel, that his economy is eventually going to collapse, he's not going to be serious about negotiations.
And are you more confident that we could get some kind of an Iranian deal on nuclear enrichment?
Yeah, again, I mean, it's going to be a little ironic, right? I mean, I fought the war of the JCPOA, right? Which was this, you all remember it. It was a really tough agreement to get to, and of course Donald Trump tears it up and everything. And so I think the irony is going to be that I suspect that what we see come out of that, if we see anything, is going to look a lot like the JCPOA. But look, that's better.
How do you explain? Is that just because Trump wants deals and he'll agree to a deal regardless of the actual details of
Sure.
it? Yeah.
I mean, that's not a debatable proposition, right? We're celebrating a China stand down. We're celebrating a deal with the UK. Both of those deals, by the way, if we start here on January 20th and Liberation Day got us over here, both of those deals are not even close to where we were pre-Liberation Day. Right. So, but we celebrated. What a master deal maker. So, no, of course. Look, I mean, I don't think it's any surprise that for him, if he does it, even if it's, subpar,
contradictory to what he said,
so much better than the two worst presidents in American history, Barack Obama and Joe Biden. I mean, that's his analysis.
Speaking of Joe Biden, I should ask you in this moment, because obviously this is a really sort of central issue right now. Is it important for your party to move on by acknowledging what happened last year and that Biden should not have run again, and just say it plainly so that you can move on? Will you say it plainly today?
I was one of the very first House members. I may have been the first House member to call for President Biden to step away from the campaign. Yeah. And that, I won't pretend that I had a lot of contact with the president, but I had enough contact with the president that I had serious misgivings going in to the debate, and then the debate clinched it for me. Sadly, in this hyper-politicized era, I'm listening to Scott Jennings on CNN say this is the biggest cover-up in American history. Right. The reality is we all watched Joe Biden. He had moments of great lucidity. We seem to have forgotten about the State of the Union address in which he was just, all over stuff in a very... So, it was clear to me that he had no business running, and that's why I took a huge risk and was one of the few people in the House out of the box to say he shouldn't run.
Do you wish you had said that in 23?
I didn't have the information to say that in 23. Again, in the Biden administration, I probably saw the president 4 or 5 times total, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
But for some reason, Schumer and Jeffries just can't say it directly. They keep dodging the question and say, we're looking forward, we're not looking backward. Isn't it easier just to say, of course not, next question?
Yeah, of course not. I mean, I'll say it. I don't care.
Fine. Okay,
and by the way, if you don't say it, what you don't do is you don't self-reflect, right?
Exactly.
I am puzzled by what is the psychology inside the White House, or dare I say, being the spouse of the president, and look, maybe he can do the campaign, but then there's 4 years in the most responsible
4.5
job
more years,
in the world. What is the psychology of saying anything other than, Mr. President, you're a historic figure. Do what you said you were going to do. Why is that hard? Why is it hard for us to be more honest? By the way, we should be, right? Because we're talking about the most responsible position on the planet.
Right. The issue was always about 4.5 more years, not the following 6 months of the campaign itself, right? Well, all right, Jill Biden, if you're listening, do some self-reflection of your own here. Let's talk about.
Not getting invited to Rehoboth, am I?
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to have to stick to Madison and the Clinton this summer, which is not a bad place to go on the beach. So let's talk about your committee, and obviously you're the ranking member now. If you do get back the majority next year and you become the full chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, what's the most important thing that you want to pursue?
The most important thing that the committee needs to pursue is particularly true now. It's true always, but it's particularly true now, which is good oversight of the intelligence community. My fear, and I think you're going to hear from Chairman Crawford shortly, I see it in a lot of small ways and some big ways, which is, and it's sort of a classic MAGA projection, the politicization of intelligence. I hear that all the time. Now, I've been watching intelligence extremely closely for 3 presidential terms now. And, okay, you can point to the 51 signers of the, Hunter Biden, that looks like a Russian operation stuff. But I've been watching the intelligence itself. And since the politicization of intelligence under George Bush, where the intelligence community bent over backwards to find weapons of mass destruction that weren't there, I have not seen out of the bounds politicization at all of intelligence. There's lots of ambiguity about the origins of COVID, and by the way, the reporting shows that. There's lots of ambiguity about AHIs. But the MAGA thing, and to some extent the Republican thing, is that's just examples. The Biden administration had some weird motive for leaning into the wet market answer. I mean, it's just weird. And the problem is that puts a huge chilling effect on the professionals in the intelligence community. Example number 2, and I'll say right up front that I don't have the facts because Tulsi Gabbard has chosen not to provide me or the committee with the facts. But here are the facts that we know. Tulsi Gabbard goes on Twitter and says the ODNI, that's her, believes that Venezuela drives or is a proxy relationship with Tren de Aragua. Why? Because the Alien Enemies Act requires a malicious invasion, or whatever the 18th century language is, or the whole idea that you can deport people without probable cause falls down. Well, I read the classified report, and the classified report says the exact opposite, that the intelligence community does not believe that there is a proxy relationship. So I write a letter to her saying, can we declassify this thing? And then lo and behold, it is weirdly declassified. And it turns out that she is contradicting the National Intelligence Council. Oh, and this week, the 2 chief people in the National Intelligence Council are fired. I try to be really careful and not cast aspersions or prejudge motives, but we need to understand why that happened. Why? Because think of the signal that sends to the people who are keeping us safe by being true to reality.
Yeah. Is she fit to have that job? DNI?
I had misgivings to begin with, subsequent to Signalgate, where she might have been the one to say, hey, I'm the director of national intelligence. This is not cool. I can tell you what SIGINT capabilities are around Signal. Didn't do that. I've seen a constant focus. Look at the Twitter feed. You don't need to take it from a constant focus on JFK files being released, RFK files being released.
It seems very, very PR focused, right? It's very.
I recognize it. It's the behavior of a member of Congress.
Yeah.
It's very political.
Right.
It's a little weird. Really, the RFK files. At this moment in time, one of the most dangerous moments in our national security. And then, of course, again, I'm going to get to the bottom of this whole Tren de Aragua, NIC firing things. Oh, and then, by the way, I mean, again, I'm just sort of venting my misgivings.
Have at it.
Tim Hawk, I've watched a lot of NSA directors. Yeah. That guy was a Boy Scout. I mean, he was as good as they come.
But is she fit for that job, do you think, at this point?
Yeah, it's the second time you've asked that question. Look, I'm not, until I know, and the reason I don't know the facts, I'm not going to answer that question yes or no. There is a whole lot of questions around everything that I've just discussed. Yeah. And by the way, this is a whole other problem. I now have 5 letters outstanding to the Director of National Intelligence as ranking member, and I don't have an answer to them.
Here's why I'm asking, Congressman. You know her. She was a Democratic colleague of yours in the House. You have served with her for years. Can you explain to me your relationship with her then, and kind of what happened there, what her evolution was? Because you knew her when she was your colleague and a Democrat.
I didn't know her. I didn't know her well. She was a couple classes behind me.
Right. It was 12. Right.
I did look.
Class 12.
I observed what we all know to be true. A weird long meeting with Bashar al-Assad. Right. That was a little weird, a little strange. The run for president, the flipping parties.
Right. Just ambition. Is that what it is?
Again, don't ask me to be an expert on Tulsi Gabbard. What I'm focused on is the fact I've got 5 letters to the Director of National.
You haven't heard back.
And I have not heard back. That is, from an oversight standpoint, unacceptable. So
please,
I'm not just trying to. I'm not really trying to dodge your questions. I don't have the facts to answer your question yet. And in a world where everybody's doing everything without any facts, I'm not going to do that.
Let's finish by talking about some of the emerging weapons that are now coming online. Tell us, at what extent you can publicly, what you're most interested in and what you think could offer the most to our country in terms of defense going forward.
In terms of weapons?
Yes. Warfare, the unconventional methods.
Yeah, let me say 2 things. And it's not about a particular weapon, but the Ukraine conflict, this room will know this, has offered some remarkable lessons that actually very much hold at risk traditional American defense thinking. I think it's a fair question in a world of thousands of drones that will soon be autonomous, whether an aircraft carrier can be a thing. We've got 11 of them or something?
Yeah.
A lot of people oversimplify and say tanks no longer work. Tanks work, but my point is this. What we're learning in the Ukrainian battlefield, the classic example is the fact that the Russians have a big navy that cannot leave port in the Black Sea because they are suppressed by a nation with no ships. The Pentagon is not an agile learning organization, and they need to learn this quickly, and then they need to do something they haven't ever done before, which is adjust the procurement to reflect the rapid learning. Fear number 1. Fear number 2 is, you're going to want me to talk about some cool weapon system. We have just devastated American innovative capacity. I spoke to the former chancellor, vice chancellor of Oxford University this morning. She is getting calls every single day from cutting-edge scientists in American academia saying, how can I get to Oxford? How can I get to the Sorbonne? How can I get to Tokyo? We're no longer funding biomedical research because we're angry at Harvard University for being woke. I have long said that our sustained strategic advantage is our remarkable innovative capacity. We've just thrown that away.
On that sobering but important note, Jim Himes, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Please welcome Politico's Capitol Bureau Chief and Senior Washington columnist, Rachel Bade.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rachel Bade, Politico's Capitol Bureau Chief, and I'm super jazzed about this next conversation because the senator I'm sitting next to is one of the first principals we've had up here who really comes at U.S. foreign policy from this new MAGA perspective. Senator Eric Schmidt, he's a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, but more importantly, he's part of this sort of rebellion against traditional GOP foreign policy thinking. And obviously with President Trump changing a lot on the international stage right now, it's great to have you here to sort of help explain everything.
Sure.
So I have a lot of questions for you, and he's got to actually go back to vote pretty soon. So let's just jump in here. You have said that the U.S. needs to end its, quote, adventurism of the past couple of decades. You've said we need to see a crackdown on what you perceive as wasteful Pentagon spending. You've said that NATO countries must do more to protect themselves, and that the military needs to pivot from focusing on things like places like Europe to confronting communist China. So obviously some of this is a break from traditional GOP thinking. And just start there. What has the establishment been getting wrong about foreign policy, and how should they be fixing it?
I think there's a hubris, honestly, that exists of not being able to really adjust. And so my view, and you can call it a bunch of things, whether it's being a prioritizer, a Jacksonian, I think American realism is probably a better term, and it's sort of the ascending view, I think, of the Republican Party. You see that with President Trump, you see that with Vice President Vance. And really the premise is that you operate from a sense of scarcity. America cannot be everywhere all at once all the time. And what are our core national interests? Our core national interests are the United States of America and the rising and existing threat of communist China. It doesn't mean we don't have other relationships. It just means that in a atrophied industrial base, we've got to be really pretty focused. And so this is really about kind of getting back to the basics. In many ways, this was America's foreign policy for a very long time. After World War II ended, and you could kind of relate this to our trade policy to some degree too, we wanted our friends and allies after, Europe and Japan was devastated after the war. We wanted them to get back on their feet. NATO was created to protect Europe from Soviet communism. But then after the Cold War, there was never really an adjustment. There was never really an adjustment about our role, and to the extent that the idea was that we were going to be the world's policeman, I think that's been a real policy failure. So this is getting back to the basics.
So does that look like, the U.S. pulling troops out of Europe? Does it mean pulling troops out of South Korea? What does that actually look like?
It means that in many ways, and I went to Munich, we were talking about this backstage, I went to Munich to sort of tell our European friends, not just what they want to hear, but the truth, that this isn't some blip. This is the ascending view is my take. And I think that to your point on Europe, it doesn't mean we're withdrawing from NATO, but it's a greater expectation from our NATO allies. For example, if NATO met the defense spending numbers that we have, that would be $300 billion a year freed up for us to focus on the Indo-Pacific. If you took half that number, let's just call it $150 billion a year, it would mean that we could fund all the unfunded priorities from the Defense Department 15 times over every year. So the fact is, we've provided this umbrella. Europe has not stepped up in a meaningful way. They are making overtures, but my point to them was getting a percentage of your GDP on defense spending up to a number. It's not just the number, it's how you're deploying those dollars. If it's for pensions, that doesn't really help. If it's for other things, essentially, GDP numbers don't win wars, munitions do. The problem Europe has, in a much more advanced degree than we have, is the deindustrialization that's happened, even in Germany recently, really limits their ability to produce the things that they need to protect themselves. And so this is a long-term challenge.
So if they don't step up and pay more, should the U.S. withdraw from NATO?
I think everything should be on the table. I don't think that's really where we're at. I think that NATO is an important alliance, but I think the United States of America, from my view, is tired of sort of getting ripped off. And you're seeing this play out in the trade deals. Again, trade policy, foreign policy never really adjusted after the Cold War. So I do think that President Trump in his first term got the attention of the European leaders. They started to step that up. It didn't really happen much after Joe Biden because it's very different rhetoric. But now I think they're actually meeting this week to step up that number. On average, they're about 2.1%, I think, of Canada and our European allies on defense spending. But again, every dollar is not the same. Like if that just means you're funding your pensions, you're not building tanks, you're not building long-range or short-range fires.
So President Trump, top ally of yours, obviously, has talked about the U.S. helping or turning Gaza into this sort of Riviera Maya, although we haven't heard that recently, right? That was a few weeks ago. He has come up with this idea of a minerals deal with Ukraine, which in theory would mean some Americans would be there as well. There was the month-long bombing of the Houthis, talk about Greenland and Canada as a 51st state. I mean, you are, like I mentioned at the top, very much the MAGA foreign policy view. Is this America first, though?
Absolutely. I think that you can't talk about, just talked about the Monroe Doctrine. If you have the communist China controlling both ends of the Panama Canal, that doesn't do anything for our safety and security if we're actually in a scrape. By the way, 70% of our commerce flows through there. And if we need, and we currently do move naval ships through the Panama Canal, the idea that China controls both ports on either end is insane. The strategic importance of Greenland cannot be understated. It's not talking about invading Greenland, but the fact that Russia and China has their eyes on not only critical minerals in Greenland, but also in the Arctic, with opening up sea lanes and also just the strategic missile defense capabilities that are available there. We have a base there. I think we need to grow that. So I think those are important. But also what you're seeing in the Middle East, again, people get distracted by, in my view, this is sort of in Washington, like the shiny object of the day. But I would encourage everybody to actually listen to President Trump's speech in Saudi Arabia. It was maybe the most definitive America First sort of real American realism speech I've heard from an American president. Essentially what he said is, the days of us looking into the souls of foreign leaders and deciding if you're a good person or a bad person and then trying to bomb the hell out of that country and then nation build, those days are over. And what you're seeing now is a reset in the Middle East. Iran is more isolated now than it ever has been. And that is a recipe for peace. And so I think it's important that President Trump is over there, but clearly shifting our focus away from Europe, not withdrawing from NATO, but shifting our focus away into the Indo-Pacific, having our European allies step up in a much more meaningful way allows us to go do that. That, I think, is the America First foreign policy.
So you mentioned Iran. Where do you come down on this sort of question about where the red line should be when it comes to negotiating with Iran? I mean, there's this question, obviously, about whether Americans should allow Tehran to sort of continue some uranium enrichment internally, or do they need to sort of import it all, totally take that out as part of a deal? Where do you come down on that? Because a lot of people believe that Iran is never going to say we're not going to do any uranium enrichment, and it's specifically for, civilian purposes. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think my position, which is I think consistent with the administration's position, is that Iran can never have a nuclear capability, a nuclear war.
Well, I think a lot of people would agree with that, but
yeah,
the specifics of...
But the problem, though, is, well, I think American inspectors would be a very important aspect of the deal. I don't want to get too far out in front of those negotiations if they are going to, in fact, happen. But I think a real understanding that they just do not have the capability. I think, sadly, the last 4 years under Joe Biden, sanctions weren't enforced. They wanted to cut a deal with no verification. Iran was enriched. The Houthis as a proxy, Hezbollah as a proxy. October 7th is a direct result of that kind of failure. So I think President Trump has the Iranians on their back foot right now. I think he's looking to expand the map on the Abraham Accords, which I think actually further helps that negotiation as well. And I think you could get to a place where a nuclear weapon is completely off the table.
Do you think, as somebody who does not want to see the U.S. engaged in any sort of new war, especially in the Middle East with Iran, do you worry, though, that if the administration does draw a line at saying no internal enrichment of uranium, is that just sort of like a check the box, and are we headed to a war with Iran? I guess I'm curious, is that a fear of yours?
Obviously,
that there's a risk of going there.
I think that one of the things that President Trump, I think, ran on, that he's delivering on, is being more respected across the world, because people believe that he means what he says. And that, I don't think that can be understated as it relates to foreign policy. I think the fact that he's there in the first 100 days and shoring up alliances is a very, very important thing. And by the way, investment here in the United States that only strengthens those ties. You saw that with Saudi Arabia. I just think Iran is an incredibly weak state right now, and the conditions for getting a deal that can be verified on our terms are better than they ever have been before.
Let's do a little news of the week. A lot of Republicans, from Laura Loomer to Rand Paul and John Thune, have been sort of balking at this news that President Trump wants to accept a $400 million jet from Qatar as his new Air Force One. Curious your take, as obviously a person who is close with the president, a big fan of the president. Do you think that's a bad idea?
I just don't, it's a free plane. I really don't, I don't get too far out in front of this thing. Do I believe that this, I just think that we move from, the Democrats' argument for 4 years was that this guy is a threat to democracy and it's an existential threat to democracy. I think the American people sat in the jury box, they weighed all that evidence, they weighed the lawfare, and they rejected it. And so now every day is a new quote unquote constitutional crisis, or you got the plane. I just think most people, I'm from Missouri, the show me state, this is just not what people are really talking about. But I get it, you asked the question.
Well,
it's news of the
it
week.
Does say in the Constitution the president can't accept gifts from foreign government.
Yeah.
So.
Well, there's a lot more attention on this than Joe Biden potentially being compromised by the Chinese or the Ukrainians, or his son having a laptop that certainly probably had some evidence of that. But here we are. I guess my answer is I don't think it's a big deal.
And that's interesting too, not just, I mean, ethical questions aside, you come from a state where Boeing manufactures a lot of their military equipment, right? And we've heard the president sort of blame Boeing for this, saying they're taking way too long
on Air Force One.
On Air Force One.
Yeah.
Is he right? Is Boeing dropping it on the floor and not picking it up fast
Well,
enough?
they've had challenges on the commercial side. There's no doubt about that. I think the delays on Air Force One have been frustrating. There's no doubt about that. But I think Boeing, from my perspective, Boeing was just awarded, and I leaned in pretty hard on this, awarded the F-47, the next generation, the NGAD fighter that can see further, go faster, have a bigger payload, and by the way, will be built for the Indo-Pacific in many ways, right, as we pivot towards that being our real challenge long term, as the 21st century is going to be defined, in my view, by who wins this great powers competition between the United States and China. So Boeing has a big presence in St. Louis. We're happy there's going to be 5,000 new jobs associated with this. They build, in my view, some of the best military aircraft in the world, and that's only going to be strengthened.
You talk a lot about the Indo-Pacific. What is it about China that has you most concerned?
I think they, from a historical context, they believe they're the Middle Kingdom. I think they view the last 150 years as a great humiliation, and they're not going to let that happen again. We've seen a 500% increase in their military spending in the last 10 years. That's what we know of. Everything is dual use. They're for real in space. They're building islands in the South China Sea. They have hypersonics. I mean, they have visions of world domination. They think America is a failed experiment on the decline, and they're the ascending power. And we have to take it that seriously. We have never had, and I can't overstate this, we've never had a peer like this that's an economic rival and a military rival. The Soviet Union was a military rival and of course a nuclear rival, but never an economic rival. China is. And so I think even as we get into trade discussions, you've got two buckets. You've got China and you've got everybody else. And I think as it relates to our national security, you've got China and you've got everybody else.
So a lot of critics of this sort of America first take on foreign policy, they think it's going to go away. You said at the top, it's not going away. What makes you so sure?
Well, that's where the American people are at. Yeah. I would point that out. But I think that you have to accept the idea that with our current industrial base, and by the way, I support building that up. That is, I think, one thing that unifies more of the sort of, I would say, the American realist point of view and then the more neocon point of view. We do believe that we have to have peace through strength, and a military buildup is necessary, and not just more money, but procurement reform, more innovation, being more nimble at the Pentagon. I think that's something that certainly unites everybody. But I think that we can't be everywhere all at once all the time. We just don't have that ability. So if you're constructing tanks for a land war in Europe, you are necessarily not building enough long-range fires for the Indo-Pacific. And that's just a reality. And so the sooner we accept that reality and try to build out and be prepared for what our real threats are. And people will, take the Golden Dome, for example, which is something that's probably going to happen as well. That's all about protecting the homeland first. Then you focus on the Indo-Pacific, and then you try to calm any tensions that exist in an area like the Middle East. And President Trump's doing all that. The Russia-Ukraine war is going to end. It's going to end sometime this year. It'll be a negotiated peace. The American people don't have a stomach for another $60 billion to Ukraine. I'm just telling you, that's just the truth.
So what happens, though, if Putin continues to drag his feet in terms of...
Well, no, he needs to be sincere. I think that the president's made clear that, that he is in this to negotiate a lasting peace. And as long as both sides are interested in that, that's exactly, I think, the outcome. And so, I can't predict the future, but...
But of course, Putin did not show today in Istanbul a lot of talk that he really doesn't want peace. He just wants to continue fighting. Is it time for sanctions? Should President Trump
slap
down new sanctions to force him to the table?
Yeah, I think in the middle of a negotiation right now, that would be premature. I think that's I think it's on the table, absolutely. Yeah. If they don't reach some agreement, I think all of that should be on the table. But I do think that to the extent... And I don't think, I think that, look, this is a meat grinder. Thousands of people are dying every week on both sides. This needs to come to an end. Russia is not what they once were, but long protracted wars of attrition. They've done that before. They have more natural resources and they have more men. And so it really is time, I think, for both sides to come to the table. And I say that for somebody that, thinks Ukraine has much to gain from that as well. And so I think the minerals deal is a big part of that. That certainly, I think, only makes it more important for us to drive the two parties together to end up with something that can work long term.
We got to talk a little palace intrigue, because that's the thing I focus on a lot in my reporting. You are a close ally of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. I think you were one of the first senators to meet with him, If I'm not mistaken, advocated for him behind the scenes. Now, the controversy over there has died down a little bit, but in recent weeks we have seen a lot of negative headlines surrounding, what's going on at the Pentagon regarding these, firings, with the secretary saying these people leaked, so I got rid of them. But I do know from my own reporting that there was, for a time at the Pentagon, essentially a cockfight happening amongst top Hegseth advisors, fighting over influence of the secretary, trying to get to be his wingman. Does it concern you that, the Pentagon, the Defense Department, the most important department, I guess, in our country when it comes to our national security, was sort of seeming to be embroiled in a little bit of a high school drama?
I don't know how much of that's overplayed, what's real. I do think, though, that as you look at some of the real challenges that the Pentagon has, and as President Trump picked reformers for all these key kind of cabinet positions, a lot of it is cultural. A lot of things that need to happen. We do the NDAA every year, and we direct things, and there is a bipartisan, I think, consensus that China is our biggest threat. We need procurement reform. That is something that's not particularly controversial, but some of that's cultural, right? Some of that has to be driven from the top. I think Secretary Hegseth is doing that. I think Bridge Colby was a great pick for Deputy Undersecretary, or I should say Undersecretary for Policy. So he's a very important player there as you kind of move into, again, this sort of American realist point of view of what our foreign policy should look like from a military perspective at the Pentagon. I think Marco Rubio is delivering that from the State Department. But to answer your question, it doesn't concern me. I think you're going to have turnover when you have a new administration. Military recruitment is up. I think they are moving towards models that do encourage more innovation. You've got more players. I'm sure many of them in the breakout sessions are being heard. You've got more players. Even though Boeing has a very strong presence in St. Louis, I think it's a very good thing to have a bunch more players, smaller players in that ecosystem for innovation. You think of the procurement system, for an F-47 is very different than what it should be for drones that, 6 months from now will be completely outdated. So
I love how he pivots from the controversial question right back to the selling the local issue with Boeing and F-47s. Last question for you. Is there anything you would change about what President Trump is doing on the world stage right now?
No, no, I don't think so. I think that America's stronger than it's been in a very long time. I think there's a lot of momentum. And this is a free country, so people are going to, and I'm a big supporter of the First Amendment. I certainly, as Attorney General, had the big Missouri versus Biden censorship case. People can have, that's what's great about this country. People can have different points of view. But I think objectively speaking, the $10 trillion worth of investment we're seeing come into this country, I think you're going to see trade barriers lowered across the globe. We have a secure border right now. We have a foreign policy that's aligned with the American people. I think we're going to be safer and more prosperous. So I think it's been an incredible 120 days.
Senator Schmidt, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yep, thanks.
He's got to go vote.
Please welcome Politico's China correspondent, Phelim Kine.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Phelim Kine. I'm the DC-based China correspondent at Politico. Today I'm sitting down with Republican Congressman Michael McCaul of the great state of Texas. Congressman McCaul is a veteran of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and is current vice chair of the House Homeland Security Committee. So it's a really great opportunity to sit down and dig into some really interesting issues. The congressman was last joined us at the Munich Security Conference a few months back, and we're really grateful that despite the absence of beer and bratwurst today, he managed to come back. So it's a real opportunity. Congressman, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I want to jump in really quickly here and kind of go with the news, and that is, I mean, this is an unparalleled opportunity because of your experience, expertise, and insights. You're no longer the chair of the HVAC, House Foreign Affairs Committee, you're the emeritus, and the word on the street is you're going to speak with a level of candor and news-breaking grit that we've never had before. So we encourage that impulse. So going off the news, President Trump has said that any moment now, this week, he is going to have that long-awaited call with President Xi Jinping of China. Now, besides talking about tariffs, I just wonder, what do you think should be the most important things that are raised from the U.S. side in that call? What would you want to be saying and getting from Xi in that call?
Well, obviously opening markets in China, I think that's what the president's trying to achieve. From my perspective, just given the aggression I'm seeing in both the Taiwan Straits and the South China Sea that I've seen personally in my visits over there, war game exercises, threatening the Philippines in their waters, would be a de-escalation of the conflict. If we can become more economically tied partners, that helps in maybe lowering the tension. But I have to say, I'm not incredibly optimistic. I think Chairman Xi has his goals. He's closely aligned with Putin. I call it the unholy alliance. It happened in the Beijing Olympics. After Afghanistan fell, they made this partnership, and that's when Putin decided to invade Ukraine. And with the full backing of Chairman Xi, and they're tied to the Ayatollah and Kim Jong-un.
Right. So low expectations for whatever might come from this.
But I think it'd be a healthy discussion because, again, doing war game exercises when I was there, sanctioning me personally, we were, had threats on the military aircraft over the South China Sea that we were invading Chinese sovereign territory. Just seeing that escalation build up, and it is a great power competition, and we have to recognize that it's not going to go away. I don't think Chairman Xi's ambitions are going to change, but if we could de-escalate, because imagine a situation like an invasion of Taiwan, 90% of the advanced semiconductor chips are being manufactured out of Taiwan. An invasion would shut down 90% of the global supply, which is why I introduced the CHIPS Act. The other could be the security agreement with the Philippines. If a miscalculation and a ship is downed in the South China Sea, how would that escalate? This could be the World War III scenario, where you have the United States, Japan, Philippines, Australia, UK versus Russia, China, Iran, North Korea.
Dark, but a perfect segue to my next question. You mentioned Xi Jinping, you mentioned Putin, and you have consistently made the case that as goes Ukraine, so goes Taiwan. We've seen a level of skepticism amongst GOP lawmakers in recent months about commitments to Ukraine. I just wonder, what is the status of this argument that you're making, or in terms of the necessity of supporting Ukraine in order also to ensure that Taiwan stays free, democratic, and free from invasion?
That's a great question. And you don't have to take my word for it. I listen to the leaders in Japan, South Korea, Philippines, even as far as Australia. And the AUKUS program, by the way, is going to really enhance our defense and deterrence. But they all say that. And all the intelligence briefings I've had make it very clear that she is looking at what's happening in Ukraine. And in fact, the good news right now is that it hasn't gone well for Putin. I mean, he was supposed to take it over in 4 or 5 days. Now we're into 3 years. And I think she is sort of calculating all this in terms of what's his next step. I don't think he wants to be drawn into an entanglement that's going to go on like that. And so I think it has already provided some deterrence.
All right. So on the battlefield in Ukraine now, we have Russian troops facing off against Ukrainian troops. We have North Korean units that are there as well. Last couple of weeks, we've had revelations of Chinese troops there as well. We don't know if they're freelancers or deployed. So my question is this a world war? Are we like hiding this here? Are we saying we are in a world war right now, or not quite yet?
I'd say it's a proxy war between NATO and Russia. Now NATO's not, Article 5 has not been, has not been invoked. However, we are sending the weapons. I passed the emergency wartime supplemental as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I would argue, had we not passed that Russia would be occupying Ukraine today. I think by passing that, we've stopped, and had that happen, Moldova would have fallen, Georgia, then the Baltic states are being threatened. That's Putin's, that's his eventual goal. He has the Russian Empire, if you will. He envisions himself like Peter the Great. The question is Putin going to negotiate in good faith? Now, I'm all for peace. I think Biden started a lot of fires around the world, and Trump's trying to put out these fires. But I don't think he's negotiating in good faith. I think you're seeing the president now and the vice president looking more at Putin as look, you can't ask for territories that you haven't even occupied in Ukraine as part of this peace settlement. It has to be a fair deal, not peace at any price. Because, my dad was a World War II veteran, bombed the Nazis, and I remember history and Chamberlain and Hitler, and appeasement doesn't work long term.
Congressman, going with the news, we know that as of now, Vladimir Putin is refusing or has declined to join the proposed ceasefire talks in Turkey. This is despite encouragement, of course, from Zelensky of Ukraine, from the Trump administration. Given that it looks as though Putin really isn't interested in pursuing meaningful peace, what should be the next step of this administration? Is it time to it's fish or cut bait? What should be the next step?
I think his refusal to go to Istanbul, again, Zelensky has agreed to the mineral deal. The Ukraine parliament has blessed that. Zelensky has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire. Putin's response is bombing Ukraine on Palm Sunday. Zelensky has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire, have talks in Istanbul. Mr. Putin doesn't show up. There's a pattern here. It doesn't take an expert to see the lack of sincerity in this negotiation. And I think I've always predicted it's a matter of time before the president and vice president start turning their sights onto Putin as a problem. And the next step, Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill that I support in the House. And I think that, and the president's already sent $300 million of F-16 parts into Ukraine now. There's a presidential drawdown authority from the wartime bill that I passed that's still available to send more weapons in. So I think it'd be a combination of sanctions and more weapons to get him to a place where he'll negotiate in good faith.
Jumping back to the Indo-Pacific And I know that you have visited Taiwan on multiple occasions. You have a lot of fluency in that area. On multiple occasions, former President Biden has said that if there were ever an attempt by the Chinese to invade Taiwan, that the U.S. would defend Taiwan. At one point, he said in an interview that would mean U.S. troops, boots on the ground. You applauded him, I believe, for saying that. That violated this idea of strategic ambiguity, that we don't say, the U.S. doesn't say exactly what it will do, so it keeps China off, sort of unbalanced. Where are we now in terms of tensions across the strait, Xi Jinping's ambitions? China now is the largest naval force in the world. Is it time for us to kind of put strategic ambiguity in the dustbin of history and say, look, you invade, here's what we do? What's your thought?
Well, I mean, you stop aggression through deterrence. You got to get in the mind of Chairman Xi, is it worth the risk or is it not? And deterrence through AUKUS, I think, has helped. I know he's very concerned about that. I passed that on the National Defense Authorization. He's also concerned about the weapon sales that I signed off on to Taiwan that took our defense industrial base is another issue. It took 5 years to get those weapons in, and the emergency wartime had foreign military financing. On the doctrine of strategic ambiguity, this goes back to the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, where Congress actually started dictating foreign policy, not the executive. You almost have to learn a vernacular when you go to Taiwan through AIT, which is their embassy, as to what is acceptable to say and what's not. And what I found out is if I went over to Taiwan and said, you know what, I support an independent Taiwan, I support violating the one China policy. Sounds great. The problem with that is that it's a red line for China, and we know this. If we start going down that road, or if Taiwan says that, then we do risk an invasion. I think we just amp up the rhetoric, and we know it's a red line for China, and we make it more likely that they would invade. But what it does provide, the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act, is that we can arm them. So it basically says, okay, we'll adhere to the one China policy, but we can arm Taiwan, and that's what we've been doing, but we need to do it greater. I think the AI part of AUKUS to provide these AI weapon systems in the Pacific, Indo-Pacific, as I talked to Indo-PACOM Commander Paparo, this is what he needs to provide that kind of deterrence, to have these autonomous like vessels underwater that can surface, deliver all sorts of weapon systems at a very agile, fast rate. In addition to the nuclear submarines that we deployed after AUKUS. That's the beast of the ocean, and Chairman Xi is very concerned about that.
All right. So the GOP platform of 2024 removed for the first time since Reagan's era any mention of Taiwan. The president has expressed skepticism about the U.S. relationship with Taiwan. He speaks a lot about how Taiwan, quote unquote, stole the semiconductor industry. He said at one point that it would be difficult to defend Taiwan because it's so close to the mainland. There are concerns in Taiwan about what's the level of U.S. commitment to the island. What can you say today in terms of how justified or not those concerns might be?
I think the Congress is very committed to Taiwan. What worries me is, like Colombia just yesterday, they accepted Belt and Road Initiative, and with that they have to be anti-support for Taiwan. We're seeing this all over the world. So that is a concern. It's up to the American people whether they think it's worth going to war over for an island off the coast of China. Now, the biggest argument for it and to defend it is that we have a history of defending Taiwan. We did it in the emergency wartime supplemental. But I think the biggest, I've been to TSMC, massive factory. Again, 90% of the advanced global supply of semiconductor chips comes out of that island, out of TSMC. If China invades, they either own it or they break it. When I met with the CEO of TSMC, I asked him, the ultimate question, what would happen if China invaded? He said, we would likely shut down. Now imagine what that means for the rest of the world. You think COVID was a problem? This would shut down 90% of the advanced semiconductor supply for the nation.
Yeah.
Which is why we need to nearshore, bring the supply chain back to the U.S. and manufacture it more here.
All right. Lightning round, sir. We have 60 seconds and perfect setup. You mentioned Colombia is joining the Belt and Road Initiative. This is obviously a soft power victory for Beijing. They're going all out in terms of a diplomatic charm offensive.
Yeah.
USAID was the sort of soft power, superpower of the United States. It's been dismantled. You spoke very powerfully in 2023 when speaking to then Administrator Samantha Power that USAID needs to be strengthened and preserved. Where are we in terms of the U.S. soft power abilities versus that of China right now?
Well, when the diplomats fail, we go to war, and that's what my committee, it's a committee of war and peace. We don't want to go to war. And General Mattis, I saw him the other day, if you take away diplomacy power, soft power, I'm going to have to buy more ammunition. I think he's right. If we retreat from the world in an isolationist move, it's very predictable our adversaries will fill that vacuum. Yeah, history does teach us that. And so I think USAID is probably going to move under the State Department. My argument was, look, I put a hold on the drag queen shows in Ecuador and atheism in Nepal. Some really stupid things they were doing. But you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think the core mission was to counter the Soviet Union in '61. It's an extension of the Marshall Plan, which was very successful after World War II. And I think now it's to counter China's Belt and Road, along with MCC. All these things are important. Development Finance Corporation. All these things will be part of a rescission package that we'll entertain after reconciliation. They can't eliminate organizations, departments that are being created by Congress. So I think we're going to have that sort of exchange. But I would say eliminating all your soft power just draws us closer to conflict.
Great. An amazing discussion. 17 minutes goes by like nothing. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us, Congressman. Thank you for taking the time to join us. Next up, please join me in welcoming Representative Raja Krishnamurthy to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Congressman, thank you so much. Real pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Phil. Good to see you.
Real pleasure to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, for our next conversation, I have with me, as promised, Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy from the great state of Illinois, who is a ranking member of the House Select Committee on China, and he's joining us today to talk more, dig in a little more deeply about China and other topics. And I just want to say personally, for me, I spend more time speaking with you and your team than I do with a lot of my closest relatives. And so to actually sit down with you.
Is that good or bad?
It makes, okay, we'll talk about it later. But, for you to sit down with me today like this, it's kind of like a combination of Christmas and Thanksgiving rolled together without the worries about buying dolls and then the post-meal cleanup.
Don't buy more than 30.
I gotcha. Okay. Anyway, it's wonderful to have you here. And I want to start off with a question that I just asked Congressman McCall, and I'd love to get your views on this, is going with the news is that any time now it's possible that President Trump is going to get on a call with China's leader, Xi Jinping, okay? You are the ranking member of the House Select Committee on China. You know this relationship in and out like nobody's business. What do you think that call should be about? What should the president be trying to get from Xi Jinping or communicate to him?
Well, it should not be a big, beautiful plane. Let's just make clear of that. But apart from that, I think that there are a couple things that come to mind. One is we want them, the CCP, to understand that on a bipartisan basis in the United States, whether you're a Democrat or Republican in Congress, or a Democratic president or Republican president, we will do everything to deter economic, military, and technological aggression that's being practiced by the CCP toward us, but also our allies, friends, and partners. And then the second thing, which is very important, is we are very concerned about the CCP's military aggression, especially toward Taiwan, but also in the South China Sea. And we're going to band together with our friends, partners, and allies to deter that. I guess the third and final thing is on the trade issue, we would like to have a stable trading relationship with the CCP. However, that is in part dependent on whether they're going to stop with their economic aggression, the most important of which are the economic dumping of goods beneath the price, the cost of producing those goods to basically destroy their competition, as well as IP theft, among other things.
Right. So you mentioned Taiwan, of course. You have just come from co-chairing a hearing on the Hill about promoting deterrence, ensuring that there isn't an Chinese invasion of Taiwan. You have been releasing and introducing a series of bills about Taiwan, the Fund Taiwan Allies Act.
Right.
Today, I think there's a new bill you're introducing about the Six Assurances Act. So tell us, what are you concerned about right now, given this point in time in the U.S.-China relationship? What's happening on this side of the Pacific? What's happening there? What is really making you really concerned about the status across the Taiwan Strait? It's always been tense, but why the tension right now? What's different? What's keeping you up at night?
Well, I think that, first of all, Congress has always been the ballast, I think, in this relationship, whether it was, the source of the Taiwan Relations Act, which really governs a lot of the relationship between us and Taiwan, or now this legislation, which we're talking about, the Six Assurances Act, which helps to codify the 6 assurances that the United States gave Taiwan with regard to the relationship. I think one of the reasons why people are very concerned is maybe because of the equivocation that we're hearing in some of the rhetoric coming out of the White House about Taiwan. In my experience, when you engage in that kind of equivocation, you are showing weakness. And weakness invites aggression. And the aggression here that we could see would potentially precipitate a type of conflict that, we just talked about in the hearing this morning, could lead to a 10% drop in global GDP, or a $10 trillion drop in absolute terms, and would make, the height of the pandemic look like a walk in the park. And that's something that we as Americans right now, who are already feeling jittery about the economy, want to guard against at all costs.
All right. Going with the news again. So the president is on a tour, a swing through the Middle East.
I heard.
And a subtext of this of this trip and of the meetings he's having is to sort of offset or counter China's growing influence in the region. And there is this intersection of China, the U.S., and tech, which you have been thinking about very carefully. Can you tell us what your concerns are about China's influence in the Middle East, and what the U.S. can and should be doing about it, particularly with regards to technology?
Sure. Well, first of all, I think it's incredibly important for our constituents, for Americans, to always lead the world in high tech. And we do have world-beating companies such as NVIDIA, such as Google, and other major companies here. What I always am concerned about with regard to the Middle East and China is that, for instance, if we allow for, this world-beating technology to then be sold to companies in the Middle East, then it could go into the wrong hands, namely the CCP. The CCP right now desperately wants to get its claws on the highest end chips coming out of NVIDIA, for instance, or AMD, or Intel. And under our export controls, they can't directly purchase those items. However, if you have an intermediary such as G42 in the UAE, by the way, there's a very interesting reason why it's G42. It's named after somehow the number that was identified in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy about the answer to all complex problems. Well, the answer to this complex problem that we have with growing our American economy is not to sell our highest end tech to China. Why? Because they're going to copy it, they're going to steal it, and then they're going to use it to power their military and to commit human rights abuses against the Uyghurs and others. So what I'm very concerned about is, at the same time that the president talks about guarding against Chinese influence in the Middle East, he's now taking one step back by first of all getting rid of the AI diffusion rule and then allowing for the sale of these high-end chips to an intermediate company in UAE, which is dollars to donuts. It's infiltrated by the CCP, and they're going to steal this stuff.
Yeah. I didn't expect that we would be mentioning the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So I want to ask you, so we've a bunch of T's here. We've Taiwan, trade, tech. I'm going to bring out the fourth one, TikTok. Obviously, we have an extension, the president's offered an extension to the deal making in order to bring this to be a company that the ByteDance parent firm in Beijing doesn't control and thus neuters the data theft exploitation aspect of it. What concerns do you have in terms of these extensions and of TikTok continuing to operate without any type of limitations? Where are you on this?
Well, I think that the reason why this law passed with such a huge bipartisan support was because of the concern about data and the potential exploitation of the data by the CCP. And so the longer that there's a delay, the more potential for that data to be exploited. At the same time, we want TikTok to be saved. We want it to be purchased by a trusted company or a company from a trusted country. And unfortunately, what has happened here is that the chaos of the tariffs and our trade relationship with China has now gotten in the way of, basically ByteDance successfully selling this company. Apparently a deal, we were on the verge of a deal. It was going to be signed, and then that's when I think Liberation Day hit us, and it basically imprisoned this deal in the talks that are happening with regard to trade.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question that I ran by Representative McCall, but I think it's really important, and that is this issue of soft power.
Right.
So the news this morning is that Colombia, the country of Colombia, is joining the Belt and Road Initiative.
Yeah.
That's a soft power win for Beijing.
Right.
And at the same time, one of the main tools of U.S. soft power around the world, particularly in terms of countering China's growing influence, was USAID. So tell me, what are your concerns about U.S. soft power projection in terms of being able to counter China's bottomless investments in this?
We have, if not both hands tied behind our back, at least one at this point. USAID was our only offering to a lot of countries, along with DFC, the Development Finance Corporation, when they were then offered a bridge or a stadium or a railroad by the Belt and Road Initiative. Okay, I call it debt trap diplomacy because whatever countries got in terms of infrastructure came with a 99-year lease, along with everything that was used in building that infrastructure came from China. Not only the materials, but also the labor, and there was usually corruption associated with it too. But when you don't have anything to offer a country that needs desperately a bridge or a railroad or a road, well, guess what? It's an open field for China at that point. So we got to get our act together, okay? We have to have USAID stood up again. We have to have the men and women who were, doing their jobs well for the most part at that agency back doing those jobs again. Because if we don't, they're just going to continue to accumulate. The Chinese are going to continue to accumulate soft power wins throughout the world, and that really disadvantages us from a security perspective and economic perspective. One last thing on that. USAID, one very interesting thing is that farmers in Illinois, along with farmers throughout the Midwest and Heartland, often sold their crops to USAID or through USAID programs. And we didn't really realize it until USAID programs got dismantled. So we're not only harming our national security, but also our economic prosperity in Illinois and other places too.
Wow. Congressman, thank you so much for the conversation, for your time today. I just want to tip, I think the next time we meet on this stage, I think I might be introducing you as Senator Krishnamurthy, so I look forward to that. But please Please join me in thanking Congressman Regev.
He promoted me twice in like 2 seconds.
Please join me, welcome to the stage, former National Security Advisor John Bolton and Politico's Capitol Bureau Chief Rachel Bade. Thank you, sir.
Felon, thank you so much.
Hello again. I'm back. I'm Rachel Bade, the Capitol Bureau Chief here at Politico, and I am very excited for this next conversation. Obviously, it doesn't really need an introduction. John Bolton served as President Trump's former national security advisor in his first term before their rather infamous falling out. And I'm sure you all know he's a household name on all things national security. So serving a number of GOP administrations, including as ambassador to the UN under George W. Bush. So let's just start with this. Ambassador, there are not a lot of areas where you agree or might agree with someone like Laura Loomer or Rand Paul. But this week, I think we found one. What is your take on this new $400 million jet that the president wants to accept from Qatar to be Air Force One?
Well, I think it's a bad idea for the Qataris as much as it is for us. I came up with the idea yesterday they should just give us $400 million in cash so that we can rebuild the El Udeid Air Base in Qatar or Central Command and headquarters in Tampa. I think they're going to get their reputation tarnished, and I think the impression that we're going to leave the people is that the White House is open for the highest bidder. I don't think Trump really expects to get this plane before the end of his term. I think he wants it to fly after he leaves the presidency. And that's what triggers the emoluments clause argument. I think the whole thing is unnecessary. Speaking as a former passenger on Air Force One, it's not a flying palace, it's a flying West Wing. It's an office plane. And it's not as luxurious as some of the royal families have, because it shouldn't be. People have work to do on that plane. But this whole thing is just a further stain on the U.S. reputation.
Ethical concerns aside, my gut reaction to this was like, would I want to fly on a plane that had been gifted from Qatar? I mean, security and technical reasons. Can you get into that? Like, is it safe for the President of the United States to fly on a plane coming from a country that had or has had ties to terrorists?
It's not safe to fly on any other country's plane. That's why we buy planes from Boeing. They're taking longer than it should, but that's the only secure thing. I don't think it would have mattered what country gave us the plane. They'd still have to strip it down basically to the airframe to make sure there wasn't anything in there that we didn't want to have it, and to redo it, which is going to take an awful lot of work. I mean, I don't know whether this plane has aerial refueling capability, but Air Force One needs it, and that just don't kind of put a hose on the end of the Boeing 747 and expect it's going to do it. It's going to take a lot of work, and it's all totally unnecessary.
Let's talk a bit about Iran, because there have been a lot of questions about President Trump's posture toward Iran and what he actually wants. You have people like J.D. Vance, Vice President, and much of sort of the MAGA wing saying that they don't want war and they don't want to, get sucked into war. And then we also know that Michael Waltz, who had been reportedly coordinating with the Israelis about a potential military action of some sort against Iran, he was pushed out, although we don't know if it's because of ideological reasons or more internal drama. But I guess I'm wondering, people sort of take that, they take different meanings from these things. And I'm curious, do you think, as somebody who worked with President Trump, do you think he actually wants a deal with Iran? Or is this sort of like a check the box and then we're going to go to war?
Well, I think he wants to deal with everybody. That's what he does. He does deals. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't have a national security grand strategy. He doesn't do policy as we understand that. When people describe him as transactional, that's what it is. He was persuaded in April and early May of 2018, when I was getting him ready to get out of the 2015 Obama deal. He was persuaded by French President Macron and Chancellor Merkel of Germany to try for a big deal with Iran. That would include their terrorist activity, their ballistic missile program, as well as the nuclear program. But he at least understood he had to get out of the 2015 deal. Now, Iran's never going to deal on terrorism or the ballistic missile program, and they're not really going to deal on the nuclear side either. They've shown no evidence whatever that they've changed their strategic decision to get nuclear weapons. I think this is a waste of oxygen. And if he does agree to a deal, it'll be a deal that Barack Obama will heartily endorse.
Well, that was actually my next question, if you thought Iran would ever agree to some sort of proposal where enrichment was only allowed outside the country. Like, would they ever sign off on something like that? They're not.
There's not only no evidence of that, the EU3, as we called them then, because Britain was still in the EU, but Germany, France, and Britain tried exactly that line of negotiation in the early 2000s, that Iran could have civil nuclear reactors, but have no enrichment or reprocessing capability, no capability to reprocess plutonium out of the spent fuel, which is the other road to nuclear weapons. And the Iranians just said flatly no. I mean, it's the central flaw of the 2015 deal was to allow Iran any uranium enrichment capability whatever. We don't even allow, when we license our nuclear technology for the construction of civil reactors, we typically insist that the country receiving the license commit not to do uranium enrichment and plutonium reprocessing. And our Arab friends in the region said, you won't even allow us to do uranium enrichment, yet you're going to allow the Iranians to.
I was going to say, what is to somebody who might make the argument, maybe someone in more the J.D. Vance wing of the party, that it's okay as long as they're making promises that it's not going to, end up with a nuclear weapon. Is it just, they're lying through their teeth on that? Or why would it be so bad?
Because they are lying through their teeth on it. And it's not a question of trust but verify. There's no basis for trust there. And by the way, there was no verification. There has never been a single inspector of the International Atomic Energy Agency that's ever been on one of Iran's military bases where the weaponization work is done. You just don't enrich uranium and then, light a match and hope it goes off. You have to build a nuclear weapon, which they've been hard at work on. And that work has gone on essentially unscrutinized by the international community.
So basically, you think we're going to wind up with Obama's Iran nuclear deal with just a MAGA label slapped on it?
Well, that's what Trump may do. He's making a big mistake. I think this actually will cause dissension within the Republican Party. I mean, there's some dissension now, but not much. But I think this will set a lot of people off. And I think, remember, in 2001, the Israelis did not ask permission to bomb Saddam Hussein's reactor at Osirak. In 2007, the Israelis did not ask U.S. permission to bomb the Iranian reactor at Deir al-Zor in the Syrian desert. And I think this time, I don't think the Israelis will ask permission to go after the Iranian program.
That I was going to actually, one of my questions was, how are they going to react to all these talks? But before I get to that, I want to ask a related question. We've seen a lot of bipartisan support and a lot of praise for President Trump from Democrats for lifting sanctions on Syria. I am curious your take on this. Do you feel like, Mr. Art of the deal, gave something big away without getting enough in return?
Well, I think he acted far too precipitously. This group that's now in charge in Syria used to be the al-Nusra Front, which is an al-Qaeda affiliate. Al-Jilani, as he used to be known, al-Shara, as he is now, having abandoned his nom de guerre and trimmed his beard and put a coat and tie on instead of his combat fatigues, had a bounty on of about $10 million for his terrorist activities. Of course he's saying that he's given up terrorist activities because he wants Western money. He wants access to all kinds of things from the West. I think his words are not nearly enough given his own personal record. As Trump said, he's got a strong background. Yes, the man was a terrorist and could well still be. So Trump asking to exchange diplomatic relations with Israel and kick terrorists out, that's fine. He should have gotten that promise before he lifted the sanctions. He also should have asked for a complete transparency in all of the Assad regime's hostage taking of Americans and other foreigners, everything that's in their archives. He should have asked for international inspection or U.S. inspection of all potential chemical and biological weapons sites. He should have asked for complete opening of the Assad regime's archives on its dealings with Iran on the nuclear program, like the Deir al-Zor reactor. He should have asked for guarantees that the new regime in Damascus will resist Turkish efforts in northern Syria, that he'll bring into a real broad-based government the Kurds in eastern Syria, the Druze, the Alawites, and other minorities, and that he'll make a serious effort at peace with Israel. And one more thing, that he kicks the Russians out of the Tartus naval station and their air base a few miles away. Now, you might not get all of them. I just got started, actually. I could name a few other things we want from these guys.
I think you just listed like a half
dozen. Show you're not a terrorist. Don't tell me you're not a terrorist. Show me you're not a terrorist.
You just mentioned Russia. Let's talk about Ukraine and Russia. So today in Istanbul, I believe it was Putin's idea for him to meet with Zelensky. He didn't show up, naturally. You have said the other day that you think Putin is overplaying his hand. You've also said that you think Trump is being suckered by Putin, who's just sort of dragging these talks out. Do you think there actually comes a point where President Trump gets basically fed up with Putin sort of slowing this process down? Like, could he and would he actually slap sanctions on Putin and Russia?
Look, he's given Putin enormous concessions already. He's conceded before negotiations start that he's not going to demand that Ukraine be restored to its full sovereignty and territorial integrity, which has been the position of the entire West since the day of the second invasion in February. He said that there's going to be no NATO membership for Ukraine, no NATO security guarantees for Ukraine. That's pretty much the most Putin could hope to get. That has simply encouraged Putin to go further, to demand that all 4 of the Donbass provinces of Ukraine be ceded to Russia, which he doesn't control militarily. These are the kinds of things that could push Trump over the edge because he doesn't want to be humiliated. But on the other hand, Trump's gone a long way to appease Putin and not put things in place. Let me just say one thing about the sanctions. The Europeans are preparing a package of sanctions. It will be, according to the press, their 17th package of sanctions since the invasion. And we're in the same position. We've put on sanctions time and time again. This is not the way to do sanctions. There's no reason after the invasion why all 17 packages that they eventually imagined shouldn't come on immediately. Sanctions only work when they're massive, when they're swiftly applied, and when they're strictly enforced. And we just haven't done that with Russia. That's why Russia continues the war. So if you ask me if U.S. sanctions package 7 is possible with Trump, the answer is yes. Will it have any more effect than the first 6? I kind of doubt it, given the poor way we enforce sanctions.
I want to zoom in a little more on like President Trump's psychology here. And I mean, as somebody who worked with him, can you speak to why, he always uses the stick with Vladimir Zelensky and the carrot with Putin? I mean, what is it about not being able to take out the stick and just say, look, you need to come to the table, fly to Istanbul and say, I'm here, Zelensky's here, where are you? Why doesn't he do that?
Trump sees international relations as equivalent to the personal relationships of their leaders. So if he's good friends with Vladimir Putin, he thinks that the U.S. has good relations with Russia. And conversely, if he doesn't have good relations with Volodymyr Zelensky, dating back to the famous perfect phone call that led to the first impeachment, then we've got bad relations with Ukraine. He sees it the same way with Xi Jinping. They're friends. When he met with Kim Jong-un, he said in response to a question a few days later, we fell in love. Now, that's not the way Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin see Donald Trump. But, would you slap your friends around gratuitously in public? No, you'd try and work with them. Would you slap people you don't like around in public? Yeah, you do it all the time, including in the Oval Office.
That's interesting. Just to stay on this topic a little longer, can you sort of take us into, or give us a look at how President Trump sort of approaches these foreign policy decisions? Like, does he go around the room and, there's been this sort of this sort of narrative about President Trump that he likes people who disagree and he likes to hear all different things and then he decides. Like, how was it when you worked for him?
Well, it varies considerably. There's no pattern, and I think that's part of the problem with decision-making with Trump. It's not disciplined. It's not driven by data and by options. It's very ad hoc. And often it's the last person who sees him who influences the decision. I thought, this is the mistake I made before I took the job, I thought that like every one of his predecessors, that the gravity of the responsibilities in the national security area, the enormous impact of the decisions that he would have to make would discipline his thinking, so that the National Security Council process would present him with all the data he would need to be fully informed. It would present him with a range of options. It would give him the pros and cons of the options, and then he could make a decision. That's the farthest thing from the way decision-making was done, certainly during the time I was there, and I think through most of the first term. I don't think, as far as I can see from the outside, it's gotten any better in the second term.
And it sounds like you wrote in your book a little bit about this and how he didn't, at one point, said something along the lines of, I should have chose Keith Kellogg or someone else because that person only speaks when spoken to, when you were trying to push back on something? I mean, is that...
Right. Well, this is you've been reading, I'm sure, about the changes that apparently are about to be made in the National Security Council staff, which will radically transform what it does and what the National Security Advisor does. It could be that Jake Sullivan, who's your next guest, will turn out to be the last real National Security Advisor. The event you were talking about was Mike Pompeo and I were in Brussels with him in 2018 before the NATO summit, trying to persuade him not to withdraw from NATO. And at one point he turned to Pompeo and said, you know, I knew I should have made Keith Kellogg National Security Advisor. He only gives me his opinion when I ask for it. Well, the name of the job is National Security Advisor. So presumably you advise.
Maybe it should be national security sidekick.
National security bag carrier. You know, he wants people who will say yes, sir, and he wants the national security staff, according to the reorganization reports, but based on my own experience, not to say, but Mr. President, have you considered A, B, and C? Have you thought of options X, Y, and Z? He just wants people who say, okay, sounds good to me.
So you just brought up the new Marco Rubio's latest job of what, a half a dozen or something like this? I can't keep track. You've been critical of this new role, saying, you know, it's going to be tough for him to be Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Just walk us through, what was your, you know, typical 9 to 5 when you were in that job? I guess it's not 9 to 5. It's probably like, what, 7 to like 10 p.m. or something like this. But point being, was there any room in your day to, you know, oversee the State Department at the same time?
It's simply impossible to do. The circumstances when Henry Kissinger filled both positions were the depths of Watergate, when people thought Nixon was cracking up, and he may have been. And he stayed on in that position for some time after Gerald Ford became president, until Ford himself recognized this wasn't working. And we should be happy that we had Henry Kissinger. It's no knock at all on Marco Rubio, but there's only one Henry the K, and the positions really have very different functions. Running the State Department, being in charge of American foreign policy is a more than full-time job, and doing the coordination work of the NSC to make sure the president has everything he needs to make decisions, and then following up with the bureaucracies, including the State Department, including Defense, the intelligence community, Homeland Security, Treasury, all the rest of them, is what the NSC does. And you can't do both simultaneously and fulfill what Brent Scowcroft set up as the honest broker role for the National Security Advisor.
What do you make of the new Marco Rubio? I'm sure you've been watching some of the things he's been doing on the world stage. I mean, once a big supporter of certain types of U.S. foreign aid, that's gonzo. Co-sponsor of a resolution to bar the U.S. from ever recognizing Russia's sort of, you know, ownership of certain parts of what was formerly Ukraine, Crimea. Now, you know, Russia's saying they want all of these things, Donbass, et cetera. Like, what do you make of this makeover?
Well, it's a fact that the president is the decision maker on big foreign policy issues. And in any position you take at any level of government, you have to appreciate that your superiors can overrule you. And if that gets you upset, then you're really not suitable for government employment, because much of your life is getting your positions overruled. The question, though, at that level is what positions that you lose the internal debate on so fundamentally contradict your basic philosophy that your integrity prevents you from going any further. And I think Marco Rubio has integrity, and I think there's going to come a point where he won't be able to serve any longer. And obviously we haven't reached that point yet. I mean, after all, we've spent 4 months in the administration yet, and we only have 44 months to go. Is there anything new that's coming? But I reached my point, others reached their points. We'll see what happens.
I have wondered, because there was always this theory around Senator Lindsey Graham, who big defense hawk, DoD hawk, but also Trump ally, and he sort of employed this strategy of like, you pick your battles. You suck up to the president where you can. You win some chits, and then cash them in at some point when you need to. And I've sort of wondered if Rubio is doing the same. You've been critical of President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. You called him a, quote, disaster in the making. What's your issue with him?
Well, given his responsibilities in the Russian-Ukraine war and Iran, just to take those two, he knows, he came to the job, he knows nothing about Russia, he knows nothing about Ukraine, he knows nothing about Iran, he knows nothing about nuclear weapons, he knows nothing about international arms control and nuclear proliferation, he knows nothing about verification and compliance of international agreements. What could go wrong?
Well, I think some Trump allies would argue maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, so that's the argument. Would you hire the country's best divorce lawyer to handle your next antitrust case?
Probably not.
Probably not. Look, I think he's already shown himself vulnerable to Vladimir Putin's manipulation. He conveyed Russian propaganda that he heard from Putin on the situation of the Ukrainian troops inside Russia, conveyed that back to Trump, who promptly said it publicly, said the Ukrainians are surrounded, they're about to be slaughtered. That was not true, but that's what the Russians wanted the world to believe. We can only imagine what other Russian propaganda went through from Putin through Witkoff to Trump. We've seen him take the word of the Ayatollahs and their various commitments, quote unquote, on the nuclear program. I think it's a real danger for Trump politically if he allows these negotiations to end in humiliation for the United States and for him personally.
So you're a big fan. A couple last questions for you. One is one that I believe a question you get all the time. What's different between Trump 1 and Trump 2? We were just talking about this a little backstage, and you said you actually recently came to some new thoughts on this.
Yeah, I had thought really there wasn't much difference, because a lot of the behavior people remark on now, we saw in private before. He's just less inhibited. He was during the campaign, too. It's just whatever he wants to say, he says. But the confusion of personal business and the office of the presidency, I think, is a lot more visible. The family business in the presidency, a lot more visible now. I have to say, in the first term, I did not see, at least that I understood at the time, evidence of that mixture of the two things. I think you can see it in public now, and I think that's damaging for the United States, damaging for the presidency, and ultimately it's damaging for Trump, although he doesn't see it that way, obviously.
I just lost my train of thought on my last question for you, Mr. Bolton. Oh, yes, I remember. I asked you when we did a podcast a couple of weeks ago if you thought President Trump was doing anything right. I want to revisit that, because even since we talked like a month ago, I feel like a million things have happened. What do you think he's actually doing well in foreign policy, national security?
Well, it's a stretch to get into it as national security, but there is a connection. I think he has closed the border with Mexico. He has done fairly quickly what he accomplished in the first term, and that's important not simply for illegal immigration, but for drug trafficking concerns, human trafficking concerns. espionage agents coming across the southern border. And he did it by relying on the theory of deterrence. If you're in Central America or South America or China for that matter, and you think walking toward the Rio Grande across Mexico is going to lead to you being turned away at the border, then you're not going to walk across Mexico. You're going to stay where you were and hope for a change in administration. So I think that's a very important political issue for Americans for good and sufficient reason, and I think he has fulfilled his commitment to close the border for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, well, if he does land this Ukraine-Russia deal, which the previous person I interviewed up here, Senator Schmidt, says he thinks is going to happen, that would be huge. Would you agree? Would be. Maybe.
In a paradise world, yeah.
That's all the time we have. Thank you, Ambassador Bolton.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. And everybody, stay tuned for part 2 of our conversation about national security. Up next, we have Playbook Managing Editor and author Jack Blanchard, my colleague, and former National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jack Blanchard. I am the author and managing editor of Politico's Playbook Morning Email. You've just heard from one former national security advisor. We now have a second. Again, a man who needs no introduction. You all know Jake Sullivan served as NSA under President Biden for the whole of the last presidency, 2021 to 25. Jake, I just want to dive straight into it. I mean, it's such an auspicious day for us to be talking about national security. We've all been talking about it all morning. Looks like we're going to see historic talks today between Ukraine and Russia. Do you welcome this? Are you pleased to see this happening?
Well, you know, I spent a lot of time in the transition with various officials in the Trump administration, and we spent a lot of that time talking about Ukraine. And what I said to them was, we are trying to tee you up for effective diplomacy with leverage. So in the months before we left office, we sanctioned Russia's oil sector, we surged weapons to Ukraine, we seized the proceeds of Russian assets and gave them to Ukraine. All steps that we took to put Ukraine in the best position on the battlefield so that this administration and the Ukrainians would be in the best position at the bargaining table. And I said before I left office, 2025 should be a year of diplomacy, but that diplomacy should be standing behind Ukraine, imposing leverage on Russia, and generating a good deal. And what worries me is that too frequently over the course of the past 100+ days, we've seen this administration take Russia's side of the issue and not use the pressure and leverage on Russia to improve the bargaining position of Ukraine. So I welcome diplomacy, but I would like to see it conducted in a way where President Trump actually follows through on his threats to impose greater pressure on Russia, because I think only then are you going to get the kind of deal that would be fair for Ukraine.
Do you think they should have insisted on a ceasefire before these talks even happened?
I don't necessarily think you have to have a ceasefire before diplomacy, but what I do think is you shouldn't conduct diplomacy making concessions up front. One of the concessions that has particularly concerned me is the report that the United States is prepared to recognize Crimea, which is sovereign Ukrainian territory, as sovereign Russian territory. Not even China has done that. And the United States of America is talking about doing it. So I am very concerned about some of the preemptive concessions, but as far as I'm concerned, diplomacy, feeling out what is possible and trying to get to a result that Ukraine can be proud of and stand behind, that is the right thing to do. And I think in this, President Trump should stay in close coordination with President Zelensky. Now let's see today what actually happens, because it's unclear to me exactly who's going to be at the table or what's going to be on the table. But from my point of view, the issue is not the threshold question of whether or not there should be talks. A lot of what the Trump administration says is there's a choice here between peace and war. To me, that's not the choice. There's a choice between a false peace that is effectively a surrender to Putin and a real peace that gives Ukraine the backing it needs to ensure this never happens again and that Ukraine emerges from this war a strong, robust, resilient democracy with the capacity to defend itself. We need a real peace, not a false peace, and that's what I hope the administration will push for.
Do you accept, though, the argument that the administration has made, which is that areas like Crimea are not coming back? That's just not going to happen, and it's not realistic to hold out for that. Do you think that's fair?
Well, look, even out of office, I think negotiating in public, for me, is not necessarily a very wise thing to do, but I would make this observation. President Zelensky himself has said we have to solve this problem through diplomacy, and diplomacy requires practical compromise. But there is a big difference between acknowledging certain realities on the ground from the point of view of you're not going to keep fighting to go grab that piece of land today, and formally recognizing the seizure of territory by force and coercion, and essentially saying we are putting the American stamp of approval in a formal way on a naked land grab by Russia, and I think the latter is totally unacceptable. And by the way, it's not just unacceptable to America, it's unacceptable to dozens and dozens of countries around the world, including countries quite close to Russia, who would not do this. And I don't see any reason the United States would have to do it.
There's been a lot of speculation that Putin is kind of just stringing the president along here, that he's not really serious about doing a deal. What's your assessment of that?
I think there's a distinct possibility of that. And I think we have to sit in Putin's shoes for a moment. What does he want to do? He wants to keep the war going. He would like to continue to put pressure on Ukraine, continue to rain missiles on Ukrainian cities, continue to try to take Ukrainian land and terrorize Ukrainian civilians. And I think he'd like to do this for some considerable period of time. So if you're the United States of America and you see that circumstance, to me there's only one course of action, which is to increase the pressure on Putin to show that that strategy is not going to succeed. President Trump has at various points hinted that he will adjust and begin to bear down more forcefully on Putin. I hope after today that, in fact, he follows through on that, because the key to an effective negotiation is leverage, the key to leverage is staying power, and the key to staying power is showing Putin that we're going to stand behind Ukraine and not let Putin lead all of us down the garden path.
You've been heavily involved in this story for years in different roles. When you look back at the way the West has dealt with Putin over the last 20 years, what do you regret?
Well, I think that you've seen multiple presidents, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, now Trump again, having to deal with a guy who has occupied this office now for nearly, maybe more than a quarter of a century at this point. And I think at various points we've had a shortage of imagination when it comes to what Putin is capable of. And that goes for the invasion of Georgia. It goes for the invasion of Crimea. We did not have that shortage of imagination when it came to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, because we had advance warning that it was going to take place. But I think for a considerable period in that arc, there was a view that Russia was a different Russia than the one that we have found. Now, in the Biden administration, when we came into office, our goal was not to reset or to get into some kind of deep friendship with Russia. It was to try to create some stability in the relationship. We thought we would take a shot at that. It turned out that was not possible, but I still think it was right to try up front, because from my perspective, diving headlong into an escalating adversarial dynamic without even testing the alternative doesn't make a lot of sense. But as soon as we recognized Putin was heading down this dark road with Ukraine, we pulled a coalition together, we backed Ukraine, we helped Ukraine stop Russia at the gates of Kyiv, and I think we've given Ukraine a chance to emerge from this war as a sovereign, independent, united, consolidated nation.
You think we should have gone tougher in 2014, though, as you look back now? We see the arc of history and the way things have panned out.
You know, it's interesting. When we were thinking about the coordinated sanctions, working with the Europeans, the Japanese, and others in advance of the full-scale invasion, what kind of economic hammer would we bring down? There was a degree of downward pressure from different quarters saying, we can't do too much in terms of sanctions.
Europe being those quarters.
I'm not going to name names. Then when it happened, when the tanks rolled, people said, oh, geez, we really do have to ratchet this up, hit the central bank reserves, et cetera. I say that in answer to your question because I do think that there was a reticence to impose as much economic pressure on Russia before the full-scale invasion, before the massive spectacle of tens of thousands of Russian troops. And if that had happened back in 2014 in response to Crimea and the Donbass, would that have changed things? I don't know, but I think that is a worthy question to ask.
What do you think about the way President Trump has dealt with America's European allies? We obviously all saw the blow-up with Zelensky in the Oval Office back in February. You saw Vance and Hegseth making the speeches that they did over in Munich that same month. How did you feel? I mean, you've dealt with these allies obviously very closely for years. What did you think of that approach?
I really don't understand it. I mean, a big part of President Trump's stated goal is to improve the American economic and strategic position vis-a-vis China. The United States is 25% of the world's GDP. When you combine like-minded democracies in the world, we're 60% of the world's GDP. Why would we not work with 60% of the world's GDP to impose leverage to get a better deal out of China? Why declare war on everybody? That to me does not make sense from the point of view of America's naked self-interest, leaving aside the historic ties that we've had and the alliance commitments we've had over decades. So I don't get it. Now, I think after this initial salvo, rhetorical salvo at Munich, salvo of reciprocal tariffs on so-called Liberation Day, you've seen over the course of the past few weeks some steps in a different direction, a more conciliatory direction towards allies. Maybe that is a dawning recognition that these initial moves were not strategically sound, or maybe it's just part of a whipsaw that will continue over the next few years. But my fundamental conviction is that a core advantage of the United States of America is that we have strong, capable allies that no one else has, no other power today or in history has had, and we should make maximum use of them to advance our own national interest, and in doing so, lift the common interest of all.
Speaking of dawning recognitions, Donald Trump tore up the Iran deal that you helped negotiate. He was very scathing about it. We just heard from John Bolton also being scathing about it. And yet, this week, we see Donald Trump in the Middle East saying that a new Iran deal is now very close. Steve Witkoff, his envoy, telling The Atlantic magazine yesterday he thinks the deal is almost done. What do you make of that? And do you feel a sort of sense of vindication or outrage at this?
Look, I think
that's a yes, isn't it?
I think an Iran nuclear deal is a good thing. We had one. It was good. Donald Trump tore it up. That was not good. It set Iran on a path to rebuild much of its nuclear capacity over the course of the past few years. It would be good to get a deal again, and I will very much look forward to many of the opponents of the Iran nuclear deal standing up and explaining why this is a good deal, even though in shape and substance, I believe it's going to look a lot like the deal President Obama and Secretary Kerry negotiated and President Trump walked away from several years ago, and now it seems to me is very rapidly walking back towards, because putting a lid on Iran's nuclear program for the long term through diplomacy is the best thing for the United States of America.
In terms of walk back, seeing Donald Trump on stage this week with the new leader of Syria, someone who was previously deemed a terrorist by the United States, again, not something you would have thought you would have been seeing. Did you welcome that? And are you pleased to see Donald Trump being flexible enough to have those sorts of moments when I guess not all leaders would be prepared to make that sort of U-turn?
Look, it's a transformed Middle East. It's a new moment. And I do think some degree of decisive action to take advantage of this moment is worthwhile, even if it comes with risk. And there's obviously risk with al-Shara. He is former al-Qaeda, former ISIS. Men under his command are committing unspeakable acts within Syria as we speak. But at the same time, he is the guy running the show and trying to build a relationship so that he doesn't end up in the arms of Iran or Russia, so that we can work with other countries to put some degree of positive influence to steer Syria towards a brighter future that is inclusive and peaceful. I can get behind all of that. And in fact, we had just a few weeks left after Assad fell. He fell in early December. We had till January 20th. But even in that time, we had senior diplomats go meet with al-Shara. We removed some of the specific sanctions, including the bounty, basically to try to pave the way for some kind of relationship with the new leadership in Syria. So as far as I'm concerned, sitting down and having a man-to-man engagement between Trump and al-Shara, this is not, from my perspective, a problem. What would be a problem is if we just say, oh, he's a great guy, and we assume everything's going to work out fine. We're going to have to continue to stay very focused on making sure that the new Syrian leadership takes the country in the right direction and not the wrong direction, and I think they truly are at a crossroads.
Have you been impressed by the speed at which President Trump has moved on some of these things? I mean, we're still not even 4 months into the presidency, and you think how much things have changed on Ukraine, Iran, and so on. Is that impressive to you, surprising to you?
Well, Ukraine is a bit actually slower than I would say President Trump predicted.
He didn't get it done on day one.
He said day one, and it's not clear to me actually right now, sitting here today, what the timeline for Ukraine actually
But they're talking.
looks like.
They're sitting down and talking today in some capacity.
Sure. But I guess what I'm saying is that is following basically a pattern I would have predicted at the beginning. It was going to be difficult to get a deal. It would take some time, some months to get them to the table. And then even at the table, I think it will still take some time to get a good deal unless President Trump really puts pressure on Russia. But let's see. I think that's following basically a time pattern I would have predicted. I think if they get an Iran deal very soon and this move on Syria, these are happening faster at a moment of a real plastic moment in the Middle East. And I would say that element of speed and taking these opportunities now has advantages to it, but it only can work over the long term if it is followed up with very sustained attention to the issue and not just seeking a big announcement and then kind of walking away from it. And we'll see what comes to pass on that front.
Just staying with the Middle East, we saw Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, in Israel this week, and the release of the last living American hostage out of Gaza. Trump has been very critical of the Biden administration, essentially, on everything, but on this, blaming the Biden administration for what has happened in Gaza, describing it as Joe Biden's war. What do you make of that? And do you have regrets on the way that you dealt with that situation?
Well, first, I would just say it's an amazing thing that Edon Alexander is out, is home, is safe, appears to be reasonably healthy given the hell that he went through. I actually had the opportunity to speak with his father after his release to say, to send my good wishes, because I spent a huge amount of time with that family and all the the American hostage families for the Americans who are being held in Gaza. So I think that is a tremendous thing. And, in the Biden administration, we brought out 2 American women, negotiated a deal that brought out 2 American men, and then Edon being the last living American who was being held. That is a wonderful thing for this country. A point that I would make to those who say the Biden administration didn't do enough, you should have done more, is that's a fair debate, and I'm happy to have it. But if you take that to the next level and say you had no impact whatsoever on Israeli policy, Bibi did whatever he wanted, I would just point out the reality of today, which is we are living through a period of weeks and weeks of no food, none, going into Gaza, and of the Israeli government having a total free hand to do whatever it wants, wherever it wants, with no restraint anywhere in Gaza. And that was not the case before. We worked day in, day out to ensure there was humanitarian assistance to stave off the long warned about famine. And while not enough went in, the difference between applying pressure on the Israeli government and applying none is manifest in what used to be a flow of humanitarian assistance that is no longer the case today. What effectively seems to be the approach at this point is turn away and just say, whatever goes, just do it. And I think that is a difference from our administration. And having made that point, I'm happy and will continue to engage with those in good faith who say, hey, maybe you could have done this or you could have done that to alter or adjust Israel's approach to this war. That's a reasonable debate. But what I think is not a reasonable debate is that the application of American effort and leverage resulted in no changes on the ground, because we're seeing the difference today.
Let me just finish by asking about your experiences working for President Biden as his NSA. You were one of his closest aides for 4 years, one of his most important advisors. You've seen, I'm sure, the excerpts from the book that's coming out next week talking about President Biden and how he may have changed in office. Can you tell us if you saw any decline in the president between when you started the job in 2021 and when you finished in 2025?
Well, as you might imagine, I've been asked this question a number of times, and I make the same observation every time, which is I sat with President Biden in the Oval Office. I sat with him in the Situation Room from the beginning of my time to the end of my time. And in October of 2024, just days before the November election, which of course he did not participate in, President Biden was sitting at the head of the Situation Room table. Iran had launched 200 ballistic missiles directly at Israel. President Biden was coordinating the American response, including getting direct updates from the combatant commander on American military action taking place to directly defend Israel. And I saw him in that crisis moment acting as commander-in-chief. I saw him do that right up to the last days with the ceasefire negotiations that ultimately led to a ceasefire and hostage deal on his second or third to last day in office. And everything I saw in the Oval Office in the Situation Room in my work with him was a commander-in-chief doing his job for affirmative strategic purposes and to respond to crises. And I think when the history of each of these major issues is written, Ukraine, Gaza, China, you name it, you will see President Biden's decision-making, his instincts, his leadership on those issues come through all of them.
But the accusation is not that he could never perform well, is that it was that he couldn't do it all the time, that he was only able to function well for a few hours in the day, that he would have moments of forgetfulness, that he would, there's actually an excerpt in the book where it says he forgot your name in December 2022, he called you Steve a couple of times. Did that happen?
I do not recall that ever happening, and I will tell you, Joe Biden knows my name. He knows my name like I talk to him even now, so I was surprised to read that in the book. But what I will more generally say is I had to wake the president up in the middle of the night when there were crises. I had to go into him at various points when unexpected things happened, and surely plenty of unexpected things happened during the time that he was in office and that I was in the seat. I did that over the course of the 4 years, and I saw him operating, decision-making, executing as commander-in-chief throughout that time.
You never witnessed this thing that all these aides are talking about to these journalists, that sometimes he would just sort of fade away. You never witnessed that.
I could just tell you my own personal experience. I cannot speak on behalf of aides, unnamed people, and I can't speak on behalf of what folks reacted to when they saw him operating in public. All I can do is tell you my experience with him, and that's what I've done.
You must have been shocked then when you saw him on stage in that debate.
Yep.
Was that a surprise?
It was.
Came out of the blue to you?
What happened in that debate was a shock to me. I think it was a shock to everybody. And I've made that point before.
Just finally, do you think, in retrospect, given everything that's happened, everything we've talked about today, it was a mistake for President Biden to try to run again?
One of the things about being National Security Advisor is that you're mercifully insulated from politics and political decision making. I was insulated from it to the point where, while I was National Security Advisor, my spouse was running for Congress, and I had strict rules about what I could even do to support my spouse, let alone be involved in political decision-making, political calls in the White House. So I have not weighed in on those issues and would not weigh in on those issues.
And my very last question, we heard Rachel asking John Bolton about Marco Rubio, who's now doing your old job and the Secretary of State job. Would you have fancied that, doing both at once?
One thing I never thought about in 4 years as National Security Advisor was, hey, I have spare time, let me also take the Secretary of State job. I think it's actually ludicrous to think that you could do both jobs. So there's only one answer. You can't do both jobs. So the only way this works is if there isn't really a National Security Advisor. And as someone who was National Security Advisor, I'd like to believe it's a useful job. I think it is. And I heard Ambassador Bolton speaking before. I think it's exactly right. If you remove that role functionally, what you're essentially doing is removing any coordinating function for the national security enterprise and any capacity to serve up to the president both a set of options and recommendations and also to be able to react when the president gives a directive. Hey, boss, did you think about this or did you think about that? If all of that gets taken away, I think it's basically flying a plane without without all of your instruments, and the likelihood that you're going to crash goes up.
We're out of time. The clock says 0. We better say thank you very much to Jake Sullivan. It's a pleasure to have you. Next up on stage, we've got Politico's Paul McCleary, who's sitting down. Join me in welcoming those guys onto the stage. Thank you, Jake. Cheers.
Well, thank you, everyone, for showing up. We're getting to the tail end of a long day. And as Jack said, we have Congressman Rick Crawford, the chair of the House Select Committee on Intelligence. There's a lot going on these days, so we'll kind of jump right into it. I understand this is your first on-stage event, we think, in the new role, right?
I think so.
So thank you for joining us.
Sure.
We kick off real quick with the news of the day here, right? The potential Air Force One from Qatar. We had Senator Schmidt earlier say no big deal. We had Representative Hines earlier saying it's a counterintelligence nightmare. Mm-hmm. Where do you fall in that spectrum of if this plane is delivered, is it an issue?
I think you just touched on it right there. If this plane is delivered, it's not happened yet. Could it be a counterintelligence problem? It could be. I think that problem exists in a lot of different capacities, but certainly if you were going to put it into the inventory, you would, clear it, and you could address that. So I think people are probably making more of it than is necessary at this point, and so we'll wait and see what happens if they actually are going to accept that gift and put it into the fleet, and what the disposition would be at that point. So I'll reserve further judgment until that happens.
Have you heard anything from the White House or DOD or anything about the plan? We're not there yet?
No.
Great. Another issue of the day, you put out a statement last night about DNI, Tulsi Gabbard's firing of 2 top officials after the report on Venezuela came out. You said that you're against, obviously, the politicization of intelligence. Did you see any evidence of that these folks that were fired? I mean, do you have a sense of what happened there?
Yeah, so I think this has sort of been in our hemisphere, and when I say the threat that exists in our hemisphere, historically, you think about the Cold War years, yes, we had Russia playing around in places like Nicaragua, Cuba, Mexico, other places where they could find favorable regimes and position themselves to be, to problematic for us in our own hemisphere. China is doing much more than that. Russia is still present, but China is doing much more than that. And so our lack of attention to our own neighborhood has created a problem there, and China has carved out a niche in most every country in our hemisphere. And so the problem that we have is when I travel the hemisphere, and I've been to many countries, talked with many heads of state and liaison partners and things of this nature, and they'll all tell me the same thing. You are a preferred partner. And then they'll turn around in a day or two, sign a deal with China, whether it's the BRI or a trade agreement or anything like that, or an infrastructure project or something along those lines. And the answer to that is we're not giving them options. So not only have we left our neighborhood unguarded, which we are reposturing now, but we have not done a good job offering alternatives to these countries, and so where they need help, they're going where they think they can get help. Mm-hmm. That's on us. That's something we have to change.
And how does, there's moves at state to close some consulate offices and embassies, different areas of the world. I know it's still a plan in progress. Is there any worry that if this happens in Central South America, we close some offices, close some diplomatic outreach efforts, that it could affect our ability to reach out to local governments, to collect intelligence, to really understand the ground truth of what's happening there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we have to do is recognize that we have to be very broad scoped in our assessment of what's taking place around the world. We can't take our eye off our neighborhood to reposition. I mean, obviously we've got things going on in Ukraine, we've got things going on in Israel, we've got things going on in the Indo-PACOM and other parts of the world. But it's absolutely imperative that we broaden our view and make sure that we're not taking our eye off of this is our neighborhood.
Yeah.
This is important. These are important partners for us. We have important allies in the region, that we need to make sure that we're shoring up this relationships and taking a longer view, because that's what China does. They have a very long-term view, and I think we need to recognize that, and I think we are, and I think that's what the president has recognized, is it's really, really important for us to secure our hemisphere.
And the cartels in Mexico, what kind of visibility do we have there? I mean, there's always been some collection on these cartels. I know we're flying some surveillance flights near the border, some drones over Mexico with the Mexican government's permission. How good do you think our visibility is in the operations of these cartels?
Well, I couldn't comment on that, but what I will say is obviously we recognize this is a huge problem. Anytime you turn on the news, you know that this is a huge problem. It has been for quite some time, and so this administration, and I think correctly, identified the cartels as foreign terror organizations. They're responsible for trafficking not only narcotics, fentanyl chief among them, but also human trafficking and the posture that they have along our southern border, their northern border, and the havoc that they wreak along that corridor. And so it's important that we don't lose focus on that effort. I think the administration has that as a primary concern, and we're taking the appropriate steps to address it.
The president being in the Middle East this week, obviously, they restarted talks with Iran on some of about their nuclear program. There's other countries have mentioned that they might be interested in starting nuclear programs. As an oversight body, how do you plan to look to study these talks with Iran, where they are with enrichment, where they're getting materials from, and where they want to go, and how to conduct oversight over these talks and this broader issue of nuclear proliferation?
As talks emerge and as they officially engage in talks, I mean, that's something I'm sure that we'll be able to track and be able to understand what it is they're, where they feel like they are in various stages of these negotiations. But you have to understand who you're dealing with, who you're talking to, and Iran is not just going to say, okay, that sounds good, and give up a program that they think is in their interest to maintain. They have a pretty strong commitment to it. I don't think it's necessarily going to be easy, but the president says Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. The Secretary of State says Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. My counterpart on the Senate side, Tom Cotton, has been very vocal on this as well as chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. I agree with that 100%. I don't think we should tolerate that. The steps that we need to take to achieve that are still relatively fluid. Obviously, we're engaging in negotiations. I don't think it hurts at all to engage in these bilateral talks directly with the Iranians, because as we've seen in the past, oftentimes things are lost in translation when we have intermediates that are involved in the process that we don't necessarily get our best deal.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily negotiating on behalf of the United States. They're negotiating broadly on behalf of whatever stakeholders they think they represent, but that may or may not be in the interest of the United States. In this case, a bilateral negotiation would clearly be undertaken as reflect the best interest of the United States.
And then quickly, we're running out of time. I know this is very brief. I wish we had more time. There's talks in Turkey this week, obviously, between the United States, between Ukraine and Russia. Secretary Rubio's there. What's your sense of how serious the Russians are about engaging in these talks? I mean, Putin sent some pretty low-level officials there, right?
That's the $64,000 question. And the Russians, going back to the Soviets, have been kind of a thorn in our side since World War II. And it's always been something that, as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. And so far, I think the president's position has been something similar in that it doesn't hurt us to talk to them. But we also have to sort of be careful who we're dealing with here. As I said, with the Iranians, I mean, they have a history. The Russians have a long history, and so, okay, we can engage in bilateral talks there. We can play a role in hopefully de-escalating there and coming to a peaceful solution in Ukraine. But just being mindful of who you're dealing with.
Yeah, Congressman, I appreciate it. It was all too brief, but I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. And stick around. Next, we have Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director of Counterterrorism, sitting down with White House Bureau Chief Dasha Burns. So stick around for that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to those watching on the interwebs. And thank you, Dr. Gorka, for being here. You've been in Trump world for a very long time. You've worked in counterterrorism for a long time. You are now, as my colleague said, the Deputy Assistant to the President and the Senior Director for Counterterrorism. Can you start by just walking us through what your mandate is in this critical moment?
Very simply, to protect the innocent and to deal earthly justice to evildoers, the individuals who threaten our U.S. citizens, whether here or abroad, the global jihadi movement, be it Sunni or Shia. Our job in the Directorate for Counterterrorism is to suppress that threat until these organizations, the Tier 1 threat groups, are incapable of executing mass casualty attacks against Americans. It's a very simple mission.
And are there new tactics, new approaches that you are using that are different from what previous administrations have done? I know you're limited in exactly what you can tell us, but can you walk us through the difference in your approach to this issue?
Two fundamental differences. Number one, we actually kill terrorists. For the last 4 years, the person you had on the stage previously, Mr. Sullivan, the propagator of the Russia hoax, demanded that any attack against high-value jihadis must be sent to the White House and be signed off by him and Joe Biden when he was awake. That was inexcusable. As a result, dozens and dozens of Americans were killed, hundreds of our allies and partners were murdered by groups like ISIS, and as a result, when we came in the building, we reverted to the rules of engagement under the first Trump administration, which meant that if theater commanders saw a high-value target and there was no danger of collateral damage, their job was to kill them. As a result, in the first 100 days, we've killed more than 74 high-value jihadi targets. So basically, we're back in the business of doing counterterrorism.
Any civilians caught up in that?
Secondly, you asked, I told you two things that have changed.
Mm-hmm.
We take ideology seriously. Under the Obama administration, the Biden administration, there was this asinine, fallacious concept that John Brennan, a traitor to this nation, tried to sell as the advisor for counterterrorism to Obama, that terrorists are created by, quote, upstream factors, such as lack of education and poverty. That is complete and utter garbage. If you look at the 9/11 hijackers, you look at bin Laden himself, a scion, a millionaire from a Saudi family, we realized it's not poverty, it's not lack of education, it's belief in the ideology of global jihad, in the Wahhabi Salafist version of Islam. What we are doing right now and preparing the new US counterterrorism strategy is refocusing on the real cause of jihadism, which is the ideology of jihad.
How do you battle an ideology?
You delegitimize those who propagate it. One of the most important things we brought back from Abbottabad, in addition to bin Laden's dead body, were the terabytes of pornography on his hard drives. You pitch yourself as a great holy warrior, as an aesthete, an individual who is the vanguard of Islam, and you have lots of Pornhub accounts on your hard drive, kind of undermines your legitimacy. So we work with our Muslim allies, like the Jordanians and others, to take the fight ideologically to delegitimate these organizations at the same time as killing their leaders.
I asked about civilians. How do you factor into account the possibility of civilian casualties? Are those simply part of killing the bad guys, or is that something that you guys are actively trying to avoid? How do you make those calculations?
Of course we're actively trying to avoid it, but we follow the laws of war. So we do not target civilians, but we go after high-value threats. That's the priority. And we maintain everything under the requirements of international conflict.
I do want to talk about the big story of the week, which is the president's trip to the Middle East. It's unique in that the focus has been business. I mean, you look at some of the rooms and the net worth of individuals that are there, the biggest CEOs and business leaders from all around the world, including the United States. His focus has been on making deals. But do you see a connection between the deal making and national security, given how hot that region and really so much of the world is right now?
It applies to every region of the world. This is why the idiots who didn't understand what happened in the Oval with Zelensky are such cretins.
Who are those idiots and what didn't they understand?
Anybody who didn't understand the significance of the rare earth minerals deal. I can't tell you how many interviews I've done, especially with European media, where they're screeching about, oh, you need NATO guarantees and you've got to sign a piece of paper with Kiev. The same kind of piece of paper, I guess, as the Budapest Memorandum from 1995. No, the whole point is that economy is inextricably linked to security. What is the power? I mean, if you're interested in a piece of paper, Neville Chamberlain came back from Munich and waved one in 1938 and said, we have peace in our time. After that, we saw 60 million people killed in World War II. It's not about pieces of paper. It's about intertwining economies. The fact that Americans will now be working in Ukraine on extracting rare earth minerals will mean that certain individuals in the Kremlin will probably think twice about invading again, unless, of course, there's a Democrat in the Oval Office, which seems to be the case whenever Russia invades Ukraine.
So how do you see
economy and national security are inextricably intertwined, and the bumper sticker for what the president is doing right now is very clear. 8 years ago, he went into the Hijaz. He spoke to 42 Arab and Muslim heads of state, and he said, you have to deal with jihad in your mosques, on your streets. He sent us such a powerful message that Muslims came up to me afterwards from the region and said, thank you for what the president said 8 years ago. After that, we had the Abraham Accords. We decimated, we destroyed the ISIS caliphate in Syria and Iraq. Now, 8 years later, we're moving to prosperity. So 8 years ago, it was security, the destruction of ISIS, the Abraham Accords. Now, it's prosperity with these incredible deals. The two are inextricably intertwined.
You recently slammed the new leader of Syria. You said you'd never seen a jihadi become a Democrat and a normal politician. You're now supposed to believe Syria's new leader won't kill Christians and Jews after being a member of al-Qaeda. President Trump met with the new leader of Syria. What was going through your mind as you kind of saw that embrace from the president, and would you have advised against it?
So what I said was regarding trend lines in my 26 years of doing this. And the fact remains, jihadis very rarely moderate, especially after they win. What I saw the president do was absolute genius. He has now said to this man, Giuliani, that you have a chance to stabilize Syria. But it's not unconditional. It's very clear that the minorities, especially the Druze, the Christians, the Kurds, must be parts of the government in Damascus. We are incredibly happy that the murderous regime of Assad is gone, that Iran cannot use the territory of that state to resupply its proxies like it did in absolute freedom for years on end.
So now, you believe it was a smart idea for the president to have that meeting?
Well, look, we have to stabilize that country. It has to be stabilized. Now we will see whether or not the current acting head of state can deliver. And we have some serious issues. We have thousands of ISIS terrorists and foreign fighters in detention facilities all over Syria. What happens to them? Will they be repatriated? We have Israel in the south. We have the Kurds in the north. We have other groups, Haras al-Din, terrorist jihadi groups that are functioning in that country. So this is the opportunity. This is the window to stabilize Syria. We shall see what Giuliani delivers.
Has he and should the president make some of those demands?
Oh, we have. Oh, trust me. Behind closed doors, we have made those stipulations very clearly.
To Sharon?
To the regime, absolutely.
Let's go back to Ukraine for a moment, because we touched on it, but I want to dig a little bit deeper given what is happening in Turkey today. President Trump, you know this well, has said many times on the campaign trail that he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine on day one. Obviously, this is an incredibly complicated conflict. The war is still very much ongoing. People are dying. There's peace talks today in Istanbul. Should the president be there? You said yourself that there's only one man who can broker this deal, and it's President Trump.
At the end of the day, the final settlement will see my boss, President Trump, in the room sealing the deal.
Should he have been in the room today?
No, because we need to have all the parties decide. One of the parties is missing, right?
Well,
so there's no point.
President Putin would have gone if President Trump went.
We need to make sure that there's no intransigence from all sides involved. But you can rest assured that when the final ink is put on that piece of paper, President Trump will be the person the man behind the art of the deal who seals that deal and stops the meat grinder that is the war in Ukraine.
Why has the president not met with President Putin, given he said today nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together?
Well, we can't force Putin to meet. We're not going to lasso him and pull him.
President Trump knows how to put pressure on. He can lasso
when they're
in
ready.
his own way.
Timing. Deals are all about timing. When the time is right, that's when the president is in the room with Putin. But my expectation is imminently.
What does imminently mean?
That's all you're getting. You know I detest the Politico. I'm only here as a favor to a friend in the White House. You know who you are. I detest the Politico. You're not going to get anything more from me than imminently.
I'm just doing my job and trying to get more information for the American people, sir. It's as part of the conversation, part of the deal making, the president has said that the idea of Crimea being recognized as sovereign Russian territory is on the table. Do you think that some of those regions in the Donbass that have been under Russian control, is that and should that be on the table as part of these negotiations?
So I know you're from the Donbass, and this is personal to you, but I will not comment. It would be incredibly reckless of me, and I told you outside that I will countenance maybe one question on Ukraine because I'm the Senior Director for Counterterrorism. So we're kind of exhausted that topic at this point, but I'll tell you this. We live in the real world. The Trump administration lives in the real world. We recognize the reality on the ground, number one, that's the beginning, because we're not utopianists and we're not human engineers. We're not some kind of pie-in-the-sky believers in utopia. We recognize the reality on the ground, and we have one priority above all else, whether it's the Middle East or whether it's Ukraine. It's to stop the bloodshed. Everything else comes after the bloodshed has been halted.
Well, that is a revealing answer. Thank you for humoring me with another question there. The administration has designated a number of Latin American cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's something that you're deeply involved with. Can you explain to us the significance of that designation? We've already seen an escalation with the deportations to El Salvador, but how else might the administration take on these cartels under this designation?
Well, first, let's talk about the justification for the 6 cartels and the 2 gangs being designated as FTOs, foreign terrorist organizations. It's clear, it's really essential that all Americans, our partners, and Mexico understand as well why we did this. For my Newsmax show, before I came back into the White House, I devoted one episode to this problem, and I started with doing the math. And I just calculated how many Americans have died in uniform since the cessation of hostilities in 1945. So every KIA, Marine, Airman, soldier, Coast Guard, you name it, from Korea to Vietnam to Panama to Grenada, Gulf War, Gulf II, Afghanistan. In all of those conflicts combined, 103,000 Americans were killed. At the same time, I went to Biden's CDC website and I looked for the data on deaths by fentanyl and illicit drug use smuggled across the border. It was hard to find. You got to dig deep at the Biden CDC website, but I found it. In the second year of Biden and Harris's open border policies, 110,000 Americans were murdered by illicit drugs smuggled into this country, and in many cases prepared with precursors from China. More Americans were killed in 1 year, thanks to Biden and Harris and the cartels who facilitated them, than in 75 years of armed conflict. We are at war with the cartels, and that's why President Trump, Stephen Miller, Governor Noem, Tom Homan are doing what they do, because we will not permit this to continue.
So what doors does the foreign terrorist organization open for you all to tackle this problem in a new way?
So it opens a whole slew of judicial and financial and economic options on top of the obvious ones, which have to do with sanctions. Sanctioning not just individual organizations, but businesses that are doing business with the cartels and even individuals. So I'm really flabbergasted by the mainstream legacy lying media's conceptualization that FTO designation doesn't bring anything to the table. It brings a panoply of options we didn't have previously, simply dealing with them as criminal organizations.
Is there a military component potentially to tackling the cartels?
There may be, but that is up to the Homeland Security Advisor, to Secretary Hegseth, and our friends in Mexico. Mexico needs this problem to be fixed as much as we need to save American lives.
You're obviously in coordination with all of those folks. So is potentially sending troops, is that on the table?
Not something I'm going to discuss at this point. We are doing this in consultation with the Mexican government, who are vested in making sure the cartels are not running parts of Mexico as they currently are. There are estimates of upwards of 500,000 Mexican nationals working for the cartels, in many cases under duress. We'd like to see those Mexicans free from the scourge that is the cartels, as would the President of Mexico and everyone else.
Yeah, how closely are you all working with the President of Mexico now?
And especially his security director, absolutely.
In the interest of speeding up deportations, which was a massive campaign promise from President Trump, he's done the border piece of it. Now it's the folks in the country. Do you believe it's okay to skirt due process?
Never happened. Due process has never been skirted. This is another fake news canard. The fact that so let me be clear here, okay? Let me be clear. When an organization is designated by the Secretary of State as a foreign terrorist organization, every single stinking member is a terrorist by US law. There is no need for them to be adjudicated as a terrorist. Also, are you really hissing? What kind of a child are you? We're trying to save lives and you're hissing. Go back to high school and play spitball with your friends. What absolute children.
I've never played spitball before.
You've never used spitballs? Well, maybe not in Ukraine.
No spitballs in Ukraine.
So the fact is, when you have people, I looked at Politico's coverage. Politico used the Maryland father fake news. Maryland father, twice adjudicated by an immigration judge to be here illegally and to be deported. An individual who's arrested on body cam footage, anyone watching right now can watch him being stopped by local police with 7 illegals in his vehicle and no driving license. An individual involved in human trafficking who beat his fiancée. And this is a Maryland father for Politico. You don't need and you don't get the due process if you're a member of a terrorist organization.
Well,
Next, you'll be
some
saying,
judges, including those appointed by President Trump, disagree.
Well, so what? Could they be wrong? Could a judge possibly be wrong? Maybe.
Well, that's why we have the process, and this is likely going to go up to the
You're not listening. If you are a terrorist of an FTO, it's not a traffic ticket. You don't go to county court. You're a member of a federally designated terrorist organization. It's really that simple. If you're a wife beater and a human trafficker, goodbye.
Abrego Garcia case aside, in the interest of getting folks that you believe are bad actors.
Belief. So again, why are you saying belief?
Because
so
media,
let's go back to this.
Been given a lot of evidence.
110,000 deaths a year a question of belief?
Absolutely not.
Nobody recovers from fentanyl. You know that. When you overdose on fentanyl,
and that is devastated.
Die.
And I've met many families who have been devastated by it. However, we also have a process in this country for figuring out who the bad actors are.
And we figured it out. It's the 6 cartels and the 2 gangs that have caused 110,000
Which is understandable. I think where the tricky point is the evidence, which due process usually helps provide,
Why are you
of whether
talking as if
or
these
not
are people who are
because
U.S.
we
citizens?
don't know, because we due process.
So you're defending members of FTOs.
No, I'm not defending anybody.
You are. No, what you're doing right now is you're sending designated terrorists should have the rights of somebody who's in a contractual dispute
I think that transparency
with their neighbor.
in why that designation is given to a certain person is important.
It's very easy what the transparency is. It's like a member of Al-Qaeda. If you're a member of Al-Qaeda, you're a terrorist.
How do you know if that they're members of these gangs? What I'm saying
is... You mean
is,
the tattoos MS-13 on their knuckles doesn't help it?
those...
Do you have tattoos of Al-Qaeda?
The tattoo did not say MS-13.
wrist?
I don't want to get into that.
Oh, of course it does. It's just accidents that the four symbols represent the letters MS. See, this is why Politico is a joke. This is why you are gutter press and fake news. That those four symbols that just happen to comport with the letters MS and the numbers 13 don't, in this case, represent MS-13. You're sitting here live defending a member of MS-13. That's why I regret coming here, because this isn't journalism. This is protecting those who hate America. Shame on you. We are saving lives.
Sir.
Saving lives. How about Maryland fathers compared to Maryland mothers? Like Rachel Marin, mother of 5, raped and murdered and thrown in a ditch. How about Jocelyn Nungare, age 12, raped a mile from her home and thrown in a ditch? It's strange that Politico doesn't do articles about her, that mother, or that 12-year-old girl. Why is that? Why is the MS-13 guy with the knuckle tattoos more important in terms of due process than the lives of 12-year-old girls brutally raped? It's weird that the priorities shift to defending the member of an FTO, but not the children and the women. Dan Crenshaw told me a story once of a 16-year-old girl who was smuggled across this border. The parents paid $5,000 for her to live in America, the land of milk and honey. She ended up locked in a room in New York, raped by more than a dozen men every day for 18 months until she escaped. She went to Dan Crenshaw's office, and I'm no friend of Dan Crenshaw's, okay? He's still got TDS. And that girl said to him, please close the border so another girl doesn't have to be raped by 12 strange men every day for 18 months. It's strange that Politico doesn't cover those stories. Could you tell me why?
We have covered.
No, you haven't. You have not covered those stories. I'd like to see the Jocelyn Nungare, Rachel Marin stories in comparison to the Russia collusion garbage. I mean, let's be honest here.
Let's move on.
You have an
because
agenda.
I want to talk about. Well, I actually have a separate question about the deportations. Because the promises on the campaign trail regarded both the criminal element of undocumented immigrants here, but also, the president believes that anyone who came here illegally should not be here. So how do you move on and handle the folks who are here, who are, young families? I met a lot of young mothers with children crossing the border. What do you do about those folks? And are they going to be treated in sort of the same way as these others that we're talking about?
No, we're not going to treat people who came here for purely economic reasons as children, perhaps, as the same as we treat members of designated terrorist organizations. I mean, you're an immigrant, right?
I am.
So am I. I waited in line.
Yeah.
I took a test. I took an oath to the U.S. Constitution. Shouldn't anyone who comes to America do what you did and I did?
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm just asking how you will handle the families that are here in this country. And there are a lot of them, right?
Especially because of the last 4 years where we had no border, absolutely.
So what do you do there?
That will be a decision that is made by the Secretary of Homeland Security, Stephen Miller and Tom Homan, because right now we have tens of thousands of criminals here.
Well, and
that's the priority.
How do you distinguish between the two? Is it criminal records? Is it tattoos alone? Like, how are you?
Everything.
How are you figuring out who is the criminal element versus who are the people here?
The way we've done it since the inception of law enforcement. That's how we're going to do it. Since the intelligence community was founded by the National Security Act of 1947.
Well, I think we are living in an unprecedented moment in terms of the amount of people who are here, right? You've been saying that there are record numbers. So
I have been saying?
Yeah.
You disagree with that?
You've been emphasizing that there are record numbers. So I am asking, you can't just do it the way it's always been done. You guys don't like the way that
No, the way it should be done. Well, so not the way it was done in the last 4 years. We actually treat these people as illegals, not migrants. You break the law when you try today. Try going to Mexico illegally.
Do people who came here illegally deserve due process?
As I told you, the priority right now is the worst of the worst. The members of the 6+2, the people who have proven criminal records, the people like Jocelyn Nungare's rapist and murderer, who were paroled by the Biden administration, who were paroled by the government in New York. Somebody you may have heard of, Alvin Bragg, who allowed that man to walk out of a New York police station to rape and murder a 12-year-old US citizen. We're going to jettison that garbage whereby the perpetrator is protected by the establishment, and we're going to use the full force of the law to identify, neutralize, and remove them, the way it should have been done for 4 years. That's how it's going to be done.
Let's talk briefly about Iran. The U.S. and Iran ended a fourth round of negotiations on Sunday over their nuclear weapons program. Are you encouraged by the progress of this nuclear deal, and how can the president's visit to the Middle East this week push that forward?
This is perhaps the most important thing with regards to the visit to the Middle East. I counsel everyone who deals with the region to listen to the president's press conferences, because whatever the press conference is about, whether it's about tariffs, the border, or anything else, 9 out of 10 times, he will mention Iran. And that is the primary threat. He has been very clear. Iran must dismantle its nuclear weapons capabilities and must assist in its support of all its proxies, all of them, not just Hamas and Hezbollah, all of them, including the Houthis. So with regards to what happens, that's up to the mullahs, to the murderous regime in Tehran that has been suppressing its people, not just the Persians, but all the minorities in that country since 1979. So the shoe is on the foot in Iran, and it's for them to decide whether they will face the full fury of the most consequential president of the modern age, or whether they will say, okay, we give it up.
Well, to that point, the president said in Riyadh that, quote, if Iran's leadership rejects the olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict massive, maximum pressure.
Correct.
What does that mean, and could it come to that?
That, I think, is obvious. Maximum, disastrous consequences for the Islamo-fascist regime in Tehran. That's all we're going to say. Maximum, disastrous consequences for the bloodthirsty Islamo-fascist regime.
How likely is it to come to that, do you think?
If you look at the economic indices for the regime, if you look at the fact that in the first Trump administration, we put them on their knees within 18 months of the campaign of sanctions, we have redoubled with maximum pressure right now. The regime is in trouble. So there's only one logical decision they can make if they wish to save themselves and not to bring down the full force of President Trump and the mightiest war machine the world has ever seen.
You know, Iran, how likely are they to be logical?
That is yet to be decided.
And lastly, let me just ask you, you've been working on a counterterrorism strategy. When are we going to see that, and is there anything you can tell us about what's in it?
It's imminent. It will be coordinated with the interagency very, very soon. So within a couple of weeks, it should be ready inside the government, and then there will be an unclassified version of it, and then there'll be a classified version and annexes. The biggest difference is, as I said at the beginning, we take the threat seriously. It has increased thanks to Biden's surrender of Afghanistan, thanks to what ISIS is doing in Africa. We will take the threat seriously again. We will resource it properly. We will take ideology seriously. And perhaps not a surprise to anyone, our partners and our allies will be expected to do more. We are not here to police the world. The president was elected based upon no more stupid forever wars. As a result, we will make America safe. But if you have the shared threats that we do, you are expected to step up to the plate wherever you live.
All right, Dr. Gorka, thank you so much for being here. Thank you all for watching at home and watching here. Thank you for the lively discussion, sir. Next, we will have our editorial director for live events, Stephen Overly, come and close this all out. Thank you, guys.
Right. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Dasha and Dr. Gorka. Thank you to our sponsors for today, RTX and McKinsey, for making this event possible. We've obviously had a lot of speakers today, lawmakers talking about security and defense. You can find more coverage on these topics at politico.com. Thank you again for joining us today.